Good morning, everybody. My name is Claire Fincham. I'm the marketing manager of SAPICS. I'm joined by my colleagues, Bev D'Souza, who's the administration manager, Leseka, who's our membership manager, and Connor, who is our IT manager. I don't know what other job to give him. He does social media. So it's great to be here and to have all the people that we have online. We're delighted to have about 450 registrations online. So that's why we've got the camera and everything all going, because everybody will be seeing us online. So welcome to the online community. I just want you to know, my darling, that the camera is behind in front of you. So I wondered if you wouldn't mind moving. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. Welcome to the SAPICS Young Professional and Student Conference for 2025. It's a real privilege to be here with the University of Johannesburg, and I won't take too much of your time, as I'm going to hand over to Selepe Phetla, who is a SAPICS board member, to do an official welcome. But before we start, if you have any questions about SAPICS and membership, you're welcome to talk to one of us in the blue shirts. And after the presentation, I will send you all the information about SAPICS Young Professional and Student Membership, and you are welcome to join on that link or reach out to us for any questions. I'd also like to let you know that if you're a full-time student, you will automatically be getting membership of the ASCM. It's the Association of Supply Chain Management based in the United States, and they have very kindly offering a free membership to you, which gives you a lot of international exposure and international learnings, which you can tap into and use for your projects and your teamwork, as long as you reference them. And that is it's a wonderful membership benefit. So thank you to the ASCM, and we'll give them a round of applause quickly. I'd like to introduce, just a bit of housekeeping. I'll be jumping up and down in between to introduce you. We do have a comfort break for 15 minutes. So you're welcome to go and make yourself some tea for those of you who are online, and we look forward to the morning. I'd like to introduce Selepe Phetla. He is the logistics manager at BP South Africa and a SAPICS board member, and he is in charge of the membership pillar, and he's a fantastic support to us, and we're very grateful to have him on our team.
Thank you, Claire. Thanks for that awesome announcement from Association of Supply Chain Managers. They really have great resources. So if I were you and a full-time student, I'll take note of that and also take advantage of that. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, those who are online. As indicated, my name is Selepe Phetla. I'm a board member for SAPICS, and I have an honor of welcoming you here. And I also welcome those also who are joining us online. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to this SAPICS Young Professionals and Student Conference. It is wonderful to have young people getting into supply chain, and supply chain has many different types of jobs, but it's so wonderful. When I started my career, there were not so many young people getting into supply chain, but now, almost more than 20 years now, we see so many young people in this profession, and really, I applaud you, and I want you to take it seriously and give it your best shot, because indeed it is a great career to be in supply chain. The theme for this conference is called Supply Chain Mavericks, Shaping Tomorrow Today. It's a quite an interesting and inspiring theme for the conference. It talks about supply chain mavericks. Now, the question is, what are mavericks? Let's think about that as we begin this. What are mavericks? So I had to go into the dictionary, and it talks about is a person of independent or orthodox view. It is an independent individual who does not go along with a group or a party. And the synonyms for mavericks is someone who's a rebel, is someone who's a radical, is a dissenter, and they are individualistics. So it's quite interesting, this theme of maverick. And the way I reflect on it is that for us and for you guys to be able to change tomorrow, to shape tomorrow, you need to be a maverick. You need to be orthodox. You need to be a dissenter. You need to go out of the way of traditional thinking and start to introduce new ways of thinking. You need to be challenging conventional thinking of the society. So for those young professionals that are in organizations, you need to challenge the traditional views of how work has been done, how supply chains have been managed. And the challenge is for us and for you guys as young people to be maverick, come up with new ways to help the organization to navigate through the complexities of life, complexities of running businesses, and more so the complexities of supply chain. Our ability as supply chain professionals to think creatively, act decisively, can transform potential disruptions into opportunities for growth and innovation. By pushing boundaries of traditional supply chain practices, we are called to be resilient, to be efficient, and to develop sustainable systems that not only enhance companies' performance, but then contribute positively to the society. So embracing a maverick mindset will empower us to spearhead different initiatives in our organizations. It will inspire us to think creatively, to act decisively, to be innovative in the way things are being done, and then more so to push boundaries so that we make a difference. And this eventually, for the benefit of that, is that it will result in resilient supply chain, improved efficiencies and effectiveness, technological advances, risk mitigation, and then also the competitiveness of the organizations that you work for or you will work for in the future will be improved. So my expectation for you today, as we start this day, is as you embrace this day, I want you to take this opportunity to add on your building blocks of your career. I want you guys to learn to skill yourself. And then also there'll be people also talking about different skills. So it is about how do you skill yourself, not only today, but then through your journey of supply chain, how do you continuously to skill and reskill yourselves so that you continue to be supply chain mavericks. You will learn about different thinking models. There'll be people sharing their career stories and how they navigate different things. So take the opportunity to learn about different thinking models. I want you to participate fully. So be present. Don't worry about what is out there. So those who are online, especially some of you might be tempted to do work while you are attending this conference, but I also want you to be fully present and to listen attentively. Where there's an opportunity to ask questions, do ask questions. And then later on, when during the breaks, also take time to be able to network. I would also like this take this opportunity to thank the organizers, University of Johannesburg, to thank DP World also for sponsoring this conference. Your support is appreciated. I would like to thank the organizers, Claire and her team, for putting this conference together. Your work behind the scenes is really appreciated by SAPICS and then also by the attendees. And then I would like to thank you for all of you for attending this conference. And I trust that you'll find it a great and valuable experience. Special thanks to those who are already SAPICS members. I hope some of you are joining today, and some of you, hopefully, in this room are already SAPICS members. However, if you are not a SAPICS member yet, as Claire indicated, you'll have an opportunity to join SAPICS, because SAPICS has been in the forefront of supply chain development in Africa for many years. And I've been a member of SAPICS since around 2004, after I started to work, and I've been a member since, and it's been a great addition to my career. So I encourage you to join SAPICS. So with those words, I would like to welcome you to this Young Professionals and Student Conference. Do enjoy yourself. And then more importantly, I'd also like to thank I'd like to thank the speakers who will be speaking today for their preparations and for their time as well. Thank you and enjoy the day.
Thank you, Selepe. He's a fabulous board member. Thank you so much. I'd now like to, without any further ado, introduce Professor Joash Mageto. He's the head of the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management at the University of Johannesburg. And they're our hosts for today, and we're very grateful for the relationship. And over to you, sir.
So, stay away. Yeah, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hey, good morning. Are you happy to be here this morning? Are you excited? Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, so I think this is a wonderful relationship that is starting between the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management with SAPICS and also with the industry captains like DPWAL. I think this is a great opportunity for the department and also for the University of Johannesburg to make sure that we are known outside academia and the industry can rely on us in terms of training. So for the students, I think this is a momentous occasion for you. It's a journey that is starting very nicely, and we're creating that bridge that is between academia and the industry. And I ask that you take this opportunity and make sure that you learn more and more that is expected of you, especially when it comes to SAPICS events, when it comes to introduction to industry. This is a great opportunity for yourself. Actually, it's about you positioning yourself as a professional in the industry. And this is what this event is all about. When you look at it, we're looking at what is likely to happen into the future. So you'll allow me to introduce the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management for those who do not know what activities we are engaged in, so that you can be able to know what our contribution is to this particular industry of supply chain management. So first of all, we would like to thank SAPICS for agreeing to be with us here today. And also we thank the sponsors who are DPWAL for allowing that they are going to sponsor this kind of event. So it's a great collaboration. And we have all intentions to grow this kind of relationships for the benefit of our students and also for the benefit of our staff. Dr. Thaba, thanks for making sure that that relationship is actually working. You know, a relationship can be there, but if there is no glue, it will never work. So the Department of Supply Chain Management started many years ago, and that is in 1968. Maybe that is when some of you, your parents were being born. So that is how old the department is. The department is now a grandparent, if we can put it like that. So, but also it's important to note that after many years, the department was operating, and then in 2005, the University of I think it was Vista University, Technon, Wits Watersrand, and then Rao came together in a merger in 2005, and they created the University of Johannesburg. So it's also important for you to note that the University of Johannesburg is actually celebrating 20 years of existence. So you'll be seeing us making a lot of noise, and sometimes we might come to knock on your door that come, let's celebrate. So be ready for that kind of an invitation. So you can see that is why we've changed our logos slightly to celebrate the 20 years. That is the occasion, and it's going to be going on throughout this year. So we might come asking sponsors, can you just sponsor a t-shirt that is showing UJ 20 years of existence, something like that. So the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management is a comprehensive department offering qualifications from diplomas all the way to doctorates. So the students here, you prepare for in terms of skills development. We are there and we are ready to develop and make sure that industry gets well-trained professionals. So you have to take this opportunity that as you engage in industry events, also make sure that you're growing your skills in the university. So this is the kind of articulation that you will see in our department, whereby we're starting from all the way from diplomas, actually all the way from bridging programs. In some cases, you realize that some students don't actually have a diploma endorsement. They don't have a bachelor's endorsement. So we go down there and pick them up through a bridging program. Then we bring them up to the level where they're fit to actually undertake their PhDs. So it's a comprehensive department. And we've seen people grow from this, people from industry who got jobs without any qualification. We take them through this kind of programs and we make sure that we upskill them to the level that they are delivering at a higher level in the industry. The department also has a research wing. Research is very important, we all know, and that is under the Institute of Transport and Logistics Africa. Now, this is a great institute that we're developing. This is where we host our masters and PhDs, and we expect to continue doing more and more research. And more importantly, commission research is where we are added in this. So it's also exciting that currently we're trying as much as possible to get commission research outside the borders. And we're working with some industries and the companies across the borders to get commission research. But of importance, where are we going in the future? We're seeing more and more investments coming into Africa. You've seen European companies investing more in Africa, and they are going to require professionals. You've seen Russian companies coming to Africa. They want to invest in Africa. You've seen Finnish companies coming to Africa. For example, now the project that we're working on is some Finnish company that is coming to Africa and they want to run rail operations. So you can see it's a great thing. And the industry is going to open up for you young professionals. So prepare yourself, dress yourself, and make sure you are well skilled. That's very important. So our staff profile, we don't have a huge staff profile, but these are our academics who help us. Of importance also is that our department is huge in terms of student populations. At any given time, we're sitting with around 6,000 students in our books within the department. So we have a huge student population. And that actually is an indicator of our presence in the industry in terms of training. So we are seeing tertiary education becoming more and more online learning is coming up. We're seeing more and more increased access and equity. Many of you come from low-income areas, and you've seen people from those areas also accessing university education. But where we are in terms of funding is where we have a challenge. And this is why we promote the partnership between universities and industry. So SAPICS and DP World and all the other industry partners, we expect that in the future we will get an opportunity to make sure that we partner properly. So, but when we talk about supply chains of tomorrow, what exactly are we talking about when we talk of supply chains of tomorrow? So we are looking at supply chains which are going to be more and more digitalized. So we're going to see more of artificial intelligence and machine learning coming in. So those kind of analytics are going to be the future. So the young professionals, it's important that you position yourself in this particular, with upskilling yourself in these skills. So when you hear artificial intelligence, machine learning, do not shy. Make sure that you dip yourself inside. There are quite a number of courses that are online from Coursera and others. Study those courses, go get those certificates and practice. We're also going to see more of blockchain for purposes of traceability, supply chain traceability and transparencies. So it's important that you get to this knowledge. We're going to see more of resilience and agility. So that is what the technologies will do. They will create resilient supply chains. They will create agile supply chains. We're seeing more of sustainability, whereby we're talking about the full life cycle of an item that is being manufactured. So circular economy is going to be more and more. We're going to see more of ethics in supply chain. Given the use of blockchain, transparency and traceability is going to be key. So tomorrow, we'll be seeing ethical supply chains becoming very important. Those are areas that you young professionals can pick up and make sure that you specialize in it. Things like ESG, you need to start thinking about that and make sure that you are in and you know what is happening there. You can become a guru in that, and then you position yourself properly in the industry. We are going to see more of personalized services. Remember things like e-commerce, where you seated in your house, you order all items. You do actually shopping when you are seated in your house without driving anywhere. So we are going to see more and more of these personalized services. So we need to think about it and see how we can position ourselves. So we're also seeing collaborative networks. And all this that we're talking about is actually what we are training our students on. We're making sure that they have all these skills before they get into the industry. Thank you very much, and feel very welcome to the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management, and what an occasion this is going to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. We are delighted to have this relationship with the University of Johannesburg. And while Connor's putting the next slides up, I just wanted to tell you a little story. We were at the annual conference, SAPICS annual conference last year in Cape Town. And this beautiful woman and this handsome man, where is he? Where's he gone? He's not here. Douglas came to our stand, said, we're from the University of Johannesburg. And the dialogue started about a possible MOU with the University of Johannesburg. And here we are. We've got lots of things planned, and we really do value our relationship, our friendship now. And we are very grateful to the university, and we just can't wait for you all to be members and part of our amazing community. It's great to have all the people online. I think we're up to nearly 200 who have joined us already this morning. Please keep coming with your questions, and we will, Bev and I are sitting at the back answering them as quickly as we can. Thank you so much. We are honored to have Dr. Andrew Brown, all the way from Australia, with us this morning. Andrew works for the Management Sciences for Health, and they are a SAPICS sponsor. And for the conference last year, we love our relationship with them. Andrew is an avid supporter of SAPICS, and he is the Health, Workforce and Pharmaceutical Systems Strengthening strengthening professional. And he's going to talk to us about a career in public health supply chains. Over to you, Andrew. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
And I'm not sure, my video may have stopped working for some reason, so I may become a mysterious character.
Do you want to just
So
turn it off and on again?
I think that will involve rebooting. So let me just somehow with the start stop. Yeah, it's all right. I'm going to be mysterious in terms of that. Not quite sure what's happening. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for that kind introduction, Claire, and everyone for being here. A career in supply chain is an exciting one. And I started off this morning telling my wife, I'm going to a Supply Chain Mavericks conference. What do you think if I tell everyone that my call sign's Maverick? She said, Andrew, you're dreaming. So the reality is that I am a pharmacist by background. The maverick nature that I have is trying to bring a different approach to thinking when it comes to supply chain education. And also I take the pleasure in taking these opportunities. What I'd like to do today is to help you understand a little bit about the public health and humanitarian sector, which is a subsection of the supply chain community, both nationally and across Africa and internationally, and give you a bit of an understanding of that sector and why you may consider a career in that sector. And also I want to finish off, now that I'm old and losing my hair, I've got a couple of thoughts for students and young professionals that I'd like to share with you that you might find helpful as you go on your journey. Were you aware that up to 500,000 people have been killed by fake medicines in sub-Saharan Africa? There's some other statistics on that screen that should also shock you in terms of the volume and the cost of that, and that this counterfeit nature of medicines is increasing. This is a supply chain issue with regards to security of products in the supply chain. Did you know that over 1.2 billion people lack access to basic medicines? WHO suggests that more than a third of population, and disproportionately more in low and middle income countries, also lack access to medicine. And there's also this cost escalation as populations move from having communicable infections like malaria or diarrhea, etc., to more what we call NCDs or blood pressure, cancer, and other. The need for medicines is increasing, is the point to make. Now, public health supply chains and humanitarian supply chains overall do two different things, but sometimes the names are used interchangeably. So what I'm going to do is to introduce you to how we think about those supply chains, the different actors in those supply chains, and then how you can connect to understand more about these. So think of this as a bit of a taster. So on this top part of this diagram, you'll see we're going to go from manufacturer, we've got in a truck, we're going to a warehouse, then we're going into further transport, and we're ending up at health facilities. So pure supply chain takes medicines from point A to point B. Because the manufacturing capacity in Africa is low, most medicines come from overseas. Having said that, one of the other trends that your generation will be part of is increased manufacturing capacity for health products, excuse me, on the continent of Africa. But in public health, we're not just interested about getting product from point A to point B. We're interested in that health product is used properly. If it's not used properly, then we're not going to have improved health outcomes, which is ultimately what we want to see. So that's what's slightly different about public health supply chains. We talk about medicines, we talk about the movement of laboratory commodities, and we also talk about the movement of medical equipment and medical sundries in this environment. At the top, you'll see there's this flow of commodities, which can only result from this flow of data for demand. And we heard the professor earlier talking about the new horizons in supply chain are data-driven, and this use of machine learning and other of the new AI, etc. So who's in this space? So there are lots of UN agencies, whether it's UNFPA, whether it's the United Nations Population Fund, whether it's the World Health Organization, excuse me, it could be the World Food Program. We also have this weird term called multilateral organizations. You might have heard of Global Fund. You might have heard of Gavi. These are organizations that work in a combination of private sector, donors, and governments to make medicines available for different purposes. Another term you might hear is bilateral donors. These are other countries that want to give money to countries under grants or low-cost loans in order to make medicines and health available. Of course, a lot of people in the room will be aware of the media recently with the changing approach of American aid and British aid and so on. So this is a very fluctuating environment, but there are lots of actors. Lots of implementing organizations, MSH is one of those, but lots of growing local organizations, particularly in Africa, and particularly in the southern part of Africa, but elsewhere. Private sector, many in this room, and SAPICS particularly represents a large group of private sector actors, including a group we call Big Pharma. These are supply chain wholesalers, but also can be producers that are looking to move their commodities. And government, PSM, procurement and supply chain management entities. Governments are a large employer of supply chain folk, particularly when it comes to medicines and commodities. So these are the groups that are involved and what you need to look out for people and where jobs are in that space. I've elaborated here a little bit more just on those. But one of the things that's really going to change, 2025 is going to be a year of change for all sorts of reasons. And one of those reasons is the changing international politics and dynamics. But what this will do, it put much more of a focus on the skills, the abilities, the leadership and the direction that can be provided by government departments and local industry. So I think there is great opportunities that are about to unfold for supply chain for health products. And it's something that I just wanted to draw to your attention. Okay, let's think about humanitarian for a minute. So public health supply chains are supply chains that are in place. Governments usually oversee them. There's a limited amount of private sector, but it's growing. And this is ongoing stable environments for the movement of commodities. Let's compare this to a humanitarian crisis. These are crises that occur due to armed conflict, natural disasters, famine, pandemic, and other emergencies. So these icons on the screen represent those, represent conflict, the COVID virus you'll see there, a lack of food, and then these cyclones, floods, and winds. In these environments, it's a special opportunity for the use of supply chain skills. And I'll give you a couple of examples here of just how bad and how frequent these are. Take a country of Syria, 12.9 million people food insecure and acute malnutrition because of war. Afghanistan, 10.9 million people. Central African Republic. South Sudan, floods, war, deteriorating economy. I could have picked out as many countries from Asia, Southeast Asia, and also aspects of South America. Point being that globally, when these emergencies occur, there is usually a coming together of countries to assist, and usually through the organizations that are UN-based, but also a number of partners as well, which we'll come to. But the volume and the extent is significant. Now, OCHA, O-C-H-A, is one of the UN agencies that monitors disasters around the world. And this is just a simple map, which I took from their website, which shows the country and some of the issues. So Philippines, there was typhoons, Malawi, dry spells, Madagascar, there was the plague, Mozambique, cholera, Burkina Faso, droughts, etc. Now, in any of these disasters, whether they're natural disasters or military, there is a need for product. Now, that product, if you look at the bottom, is in terms of products for shelter, products for food, products for cleanliness, hand washing and showering, and also products for health. And in humanitarian crises, people come together with funds from within the country and without in order to make these supply chains work for this purpose. Now, on the top, you will see that before a disaster, there is a large amount of jobs involved in facility and stock location, pre-positioning of any of the commodities needed for this purpose. Unfortunately, we're seeing that humanitarian crises, particularly to do with the climate change and weather, are getting worse and increasing. And so the need for folk in these areas will increase. So let's look at the top part of this particular picture. On the left is the pre-positioning and the preparation. This is something that's done. Then we're going to follow through a flood. So there's unusual rainfall at the zero. And associated with unusual rainfall and floods, there will be activation planning in order to move people out of the flood-affected environment. Then within 24 hours and later, there'll be relief transportation where people will be moved around, and the commodities required for those people that have been displaced need to be mobilized. And this will go from warehouses to temporary depots and then be delivered to where people are. And so we have this, if you read the bottom in red, this first stage of preparedness and initial response, and then we have the second stage of the disaster response. Again, just to give you a quick idea of what's required in terms of humanitarian supply chains. Now, again here, similarly, UN agencies, multilaterals, bilaterals, private sector, implementing organizations, and government entities. One of the changes in humanitarian crises approaches in recent years has been the increased use of cash handouts to help people in environments. And so that money is being utilized within local economies and local supply chains. So in really bad disasters, and historically, there was a big push on agencies, organizations coming in and providing humanitarian assistance. One of the trends in this area of supply chain is to more rely on local supply chains to meet humanitarian crisis needs, and hence the reference to the cash payments. So it's just something to watch out for. What's interesting is there is a whole lot of different organizations than on the previous screen get involved here. And so although there is some overlap between humanitarian assistance and public health supply chains, there is a lot of separation. And so you'll see there, I've just listed a whole bunch of organizations. A number of you will have seen those advertised or active in your countries. And then the UN agencies, World Food Programme, UNICEF, and UNFPA. But government departments more and more are organizing emergency preparation committees and emergency preparedness policies and strategies. And these are environments where supply chain specialists are also required. If you're interested, there is a little link there that will take you to the 15 largest humanitarian organizations, what they do as a way of becoming more familiar who works in this ecosystem. A couple of things to note is that the humanitarian community has different orgs and funding flows. So it's good to be aware of both. What's interesting is that the procurement and supply chain management and the pharmaceutical management competencies are about 90% similar between any of these commodity groups. So as a supply chain professional, which you are or studying to be, you are very able to adapt to these different environments. Sometimes humanitarian supply chain professionals are seen as the cowboys and the cowgirls of the supply chain environment because they go into uncertain and often disrupted communities. And that's just an interesting thing to note on the side. So what I've tried to do up to this point is just to take the opportunity to talk about two subsections of the supply chain in communities. One is the public health supply chain, and the other is humanitarian. The purpose is to show you the need, and those needs are going to grow, to give you an idea of some of the organizations so that you can take the time to investigate those organizations as you look for careers and you look for what those organizations are looking for. This last part of the talk is I want to talk to you as young professionals and students and share with you from my own career some of the things that I have found particularly helpful in order to get jobs. So I'm just going to do a couple of high points, noting that these slides are going to be available for your reference. Take responsibility for your own future and career. Other people don't have that responsibility. That's yours. So you need to be innovative. You need to be the maverick in terms of how you are preparing yourself for your future, whether that's taking opportunities at university or taking opportunities outside as you graduate. Make sure your CV is contemporary and up to date. Does it include not only your technical skills, but soft skills? Universities focus on your technical skills. I work at a university in my country as well as do other work. Universities also help with soft skills, but the soft skills is going to make you different to the next person. So think about your communication skills, think about your leadership skills, and think about how you can articulate those. Tag job pages of companies that interest you and have information sent to your email. Look at donor websites and other big organization websites like the UN and so on in order to see what jobs they're offering. Have a read, even as a student, so you can see where the jobs are and what's happening so you can prepare yourself for those jobs in the future. Network, network, network. What professional associations exist? We're so excited that we're here with SAPICS, and there's opportunity for you as students to join with lots of resources and connections. The main reason to join professional societies is network, network, network. It's people you know, and it's who will help you with jobs in the future. It's also give you an understanding of the environment. 4 groups there: International Association of Public Health Logistician, which is an online listserv; eDrug Plus, which is a listserv that looks at pharmaceuticals specifically; Humanitarian Logistics Association focuses on that humanitarian side of things; and TechNet 21, which is an unusual name, is a community focusing on immunization and the supply chain there. How can you join these groups and how can you contribute, even as a student? Development websites, lots of places that advertise jobs in these areas. DevX, DevAid, UNGM, which is the United Nations Government Marketplace. And then also, do you need more educational training? So look at the job descriptions and see what they're asking. It is very clear that the bachelor's, the master's, the honors degrees that you're doing prepare you well for any supply chain job. Within public health and humanitarian, sometimes they look for some specific sub-credentials. And so you need to explore a little bit about that. One of those, for example, is humanitarian logistics certification. These are just some pictures for some of the things that I've already mentioned, where you can look up. You need to get out there and have a look. Don't use your phone just for Facebook and Instagram for sharing those fantastic pictures. Also use it to network and see what's happening in industries in supply chain that interest you. What I just want to also let you know is this is part of you being in charge of your own life. Here's a couple of things I like to share with people in terms of a systems approach. Introduce yourself to key people. It's appropriate and quite okay to introduce yourself to your seniors. Culturally, this is not always seen as appropriate, but what this does is it helps you to, a lot of people like myself and many others in all sorts of different countries really want to help the next generation of supply chain professionals. So don't be afraid to reach out to people. Join organizations and serve in them, even if you're giving your time for free. Remember, network, network, network. Get to conferences and other meetings. Guess what? You're here already, either online or in the room. That's fantastic. What are you doing to get to the next one? Seek out information from the development, humanitarian media, government departments. Seek out a mentor in your field. Is there someone you admire that you would like to learn more from and ask questions of? And develop and maintain networks. I think I've said the word network about 20 times already. It's the most important part of this conversation today. Now, again, when you get older like me, and I tell my wife I'm 21, but she says I'm not. I've got 2 children and 3.5 grandchildren. So when you get old, and I've also lost all my hair, there's a couple of things that you want to write on t-shirts. And these are my top 12 t-shirt signs. Professional and technical integrity is everything. I'm not going to read all of these. You could read them. I'm going to read a couple. Network, network, network. Add something to your CV every 6 months. What are the hot topics to know about in your field? Be intentional in your approach. If you do not plan it, it didn't happen. And if you didn't document it, it never happened. But big t-shirt, network, network, network. And the other one I want to emphasize is excellent communication skills are what makes the difference. If I'm employing people of similar technical background, I'm looking at their communication skills in the jobs that I employ for. Now, after today, if you have an interest in humanitarian and public health supply chains, to let you know that an organization called the Reproductive Health Suppliers Coalition has a 4-module webinar series, all in depth: a career in supply chain, what it takes to be a supply chain professional, women in supply chain, can you make a difference in supply chain? There's also a Laptos course finder. There's also scholarships to do extra training, and also internships. This is a whole community that's coordinated by the Reproductive Health Suppliers Coalition to get more people involved in jobs in this space. So if you're interested, go there after the conference, and these slides will help you get there. What I'd like to do now is just show you a little video that I find very inspirational. Let's see how this comes through.
Why must we urgently strengthen pharmaceutical systems in low and middle income countries? The pharmaceutical system is a subsystem of the broader health system and plays a pivotal role in healthcare delivery. When managed and used appropriately, pharmaceuticals and health technologies save countless lives, while saving countries millions of dollars in their health budgets. Conversely, weak pharmaceutical systems can be fatal, and this is often most evident in low and middle income countries. Currently, nearly 2 billion people globally lack access to basic medicines, and cost escalations and shortages are an ever-present threat. Substandard and falsified medical products is another catastrophic issue. 66 children in the Gambia are thought to have been killed by unsafe medicine. And this isn't an isolated incident. In sub-Saharan Africa alone, 500,000 people are thought to be killed by substandard and falsified medical products each year. According to the World Health Organization, around 10% of medical products in low and middle income countries fall into this substandard or falsified category. And that number is between 19 to 50% in sub-Saharan African nations. This indicates weak pharmaceutical systems and highlights the need for urgent action. Stronger pharmaceutical systems are required to ensure the affordability, safety, efficacy, and quality of medical products, and to get the right products to the right places at the right time. For example, if a medicine is frequently out of stock or the official source is unaffordable, this leaves room for alternative providers. To tackle this, every element of the pharmaceutical system must be strengthened. This includes ensuring that the right products of the right quality are always available, and that there are financing schemes available to make medicines affordable. There is an immediate need for stakeholders to shift away from viewing medicine solely as an input commodity or a supply chain concern. Instead, we must take a more holistic and comprehensive view that recognizes the various structures and interactions within the broader health system. By strengthening pharmaceutical systems, which includes ensuring appropriate regulation of medical products and technologies and strengthening supply chain functions, we will improve access to safe and quality-assured medicines at affordable prices, thereby helping to improve health outcomes. To strengthen pharmaceutical systems, we need governments to prioritize interventions and allocate sufficient resources, donors to increase investments, implementing partners and technical organizations to think and act systematically, and patients to demand the availability of quality medical products and technologies. We all have a role to play. What is yours?
I really love that little video. It just inspires me as to the reason that I get involved in this. So Management Sciences for Health is one of those implementing agencies, and we have been working in this area for some 50 years. You'll be aware of the, as I mentioned earlier, all of the changing environment with regards to various countries' investments. And I really think that a career in supply chain, in public health, and or humanitarian is an excellent opportunity. I think with the winds of change, there's going to be more and more need for young professionals. I hope that today that I've helped to open your mind to what a public health supply chain and humanitarian supply chain might look like, for you to be aware of a number of the organizations in that space, and give you some practical tips about how to engage and learn more in that environment, and then some personal tips about how you can prepare yourself to be the next generation of supply chain professionals, because I want to make sure you look after me when I'm old and can't teach anymore. With that, I wish you well with your conference and invite your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm sorry you couldn't see Andrew because he's a very handsome man, and but you can see his picture on LinkedIn when you connect with him. Any questions, Ben? Anybody, any questions on the room? Yes, Kia.
Just a question regarding how are we bridging the gap between the requirements for public health supply chain and what actually is done in South Africa? Because we find that the certain role of people in the UK, so what role they have requirements which are really good at South Africa and what they expect to operate in terms of supply chain management. There's a gap and how do you know that?
Great. Andrew, I don't know if you heard that. No.
Not at all.
Andrew? Right. Andrew, what I'll start the question. What where is the, okay, you do it because you did it so beautifully, the gap.
And what I want to ask is in terms of the roles that like the UN would offer to public health, actually, you find that there's a gap between what the universities and students are finding versus what those requirements are. So what's happening to help bridge that gap?
Thank you. I think the question was saying that a perceived gap between competence you have when you graduate from a university and what's been asked for by UN and other environments. So in terms of that,
Yes.
an undergraduate degree, even a master's degree in supply chain from business schools really helps you to have all of the basics. I think of a graduate as an entry-level profession into any environment. So as you graduate from supply chain, you know a little bit about everything to do with supply chain against the topics. But now that's the start. From that point, you need to decide what type of supply chain environment you want to be involved in and how you're going to get there. So for example, if you want to be involved in the UN, you're right, you might have to do some more. So if you're doing procurement, you may need to do a procurement credentialing, maybe from SIPS, Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply. Maybe you need to do a particular other qualification that SAPICS may be providing or others. So you are correct. And it's the same way that if you were going to work for any private sector or other supply chain operator, and your professionals can talk more about this, different companies may be looking for specialists. So they might be looking for a data specialist in the supply chain. They may be looking for a warehouse specialist. They may be looking for a logistics specialist or a procurement specialist. And when you come out of university, you normally come out as a generalist. And so then it's looking about how you can refine. Now, refine and becoming more and more expert in an area is a combination of two things. One is the skills and competencies. So this is through the courses, but also experience. And so you need to look for opportunities for experience, which may be unpaid internships to start with. So for example, to get a UN job and not have any experience in different country context or humanitarian contexts, even in your own country, is unlikely. So you need to develop that profile. Hopefully that helps answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. We're going to push on now, if that's okay. I do see that Professor Selepe has a very good question, but we'll see if we can get that answered just now. Thank you very much. I really loved Andrew's point on mentors. I personally have 3 mentors. I think everybody needs to have mentors, and I just want to highlight to everybody that there is a SAPICS mentorship program. The link is on our website, and I will share it with everybody post the event with all of the documentation we'll share with you. We have a number of mentors in this room, and I'm very grateful to them. And it's key to helping you with your life. And even when you are nearly 59 like me, you still need mentors. So highly encourage you to make use of that program. Thank you, Andrew, for highlighting that and for your excellent presentation and your time in Australia where it's time for supper. So thank you for your support and your love for SAPICS. We're very grateful to you.
My pleasure, and I wish you all well with the rest of your meeting. Bye for now.
Thank you, Andrew. Let's give him a clap. I'd now like to call up Nkwane. Kia is a Africa in-season supply planner at Bayer, and she's going to be talking to us today on growing in supply chain as a young professional. She is also a dear friend, a dear SAPICS friend. She's an ambassador for the association, and she's a mentor, and she's a long-standing member and volunteer. And whenever I ask a question, she puts her hands up. It's just wonderful. And I hope that many of you are going to be doing that for me in 10 years' time. So over to you, Kia. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Good stuff. There we go. Can everyone hear me clearly? All right, good morning. My name is Kearabetswe, Nkwane, and I'm currently Africa in-season planner at Bayer, South Africa. So today I'm going to be talking about growing your profession, growing as a young professional within the supply chain sphere, right? All right. I want us today to sort of start to understand what is relevant to you and what is relevant to you within your role in supply chain. Staying relevant, I think that's also important, and understanding how you can make your profession skyrocket, you know, evolving with the trends and staying up to date with what's in, what's going out, what's coming. And then I think the big one for me, the critical one, is always building value for yourself, and even building value for, should you even start a business, for your business or for your organization that you'll be working within. Right, who remembers this picture? Who remembers the VCR? Oh, is it only the millennials? Remember the VCR? I mean, a lot of us, we used to have these cassettes lying around in the house. We had the VCR machine. It was on your TV stand. We used it. But today, I mean, who has a VCR? I mean, is it there? Is it you still have a VCR? Is it staring at you? Is it begging to be used? I really don't think so, right? So this is what happened. We moved right along. We moved with the times, we moved with the trends, and we even moved with what's happening within technology. And guys, all this happened very, very, very quickly. Frankly, I don't even remember when we still had the VCR. All I remember is that we had it, and then all of a sudden it was gone. And then next thing we're streaming, it's Wi-Fi connections in the house, it's Netflix, it's this and that, you know. So my point is this is exactly what happens in the supply chain, guys. What happens also within your career as well, as a student and as someone who's just started their career. A lot will change, and a lot will change very quickly, regardless of which side of the supply chain you end up in. So most of us here today, right, we're not around when the first phase of the Industrial Revolution started in the 1700s. It was an era that was powered by steam and coal, and it really marked the transition from manual labor in the farms to machine-based manufacturing. Today, right now, we are here at the point where we are at the point of the fourth Industrial Revolution, right? Where rapid technological advancement is extremely dominant right now. We're experiencing smart manufacturing, We're seeing real-time decision-making, enhanced productivity, and we're seeing a lot of AI and a lot of data, which needs to be interpreted and worked with. Everyday industries are evolving, don't get me wrong, and within manufacturing, within healthcare, as Andrew alluded, within travel and within food services, basically everything is just changing so hectically and so quickly at a rate that a lot of us are struggling to keep up with. Frankly, this is no different than supply chain. The network of the organizations that we work in, the activities that people are doing every day, the people involved in those activities, it's growing year on year. And this transition really has moved us from where we were at a linear processes within supply chain. You go to a factory, you put food in a machine pops it up, it packs after packing, gets on a truck to the consumer, right? We've now moved to these complex and continuous technology-driven systems, right? We're optimizing the way that we're doing our operations. We're looking to improve efficiency, and we're trying to meet ultimately the one goal is the customer, right? The customer demand. So the way that we plan, the way that we procure today, the way that we manufacture, the way that we ship, and the way that we are fulfilling all the demands along the supply chain, this has changed rapidly in the past 10, 15 years. So as a young professional, I want you to understand that it's imperative to learn what these changes are, keep up with the trends, see what's happening, who's doing what, because ultimately this will help you grow within your career. It will help you stay up to date. So your career, guys, in supply chain, right? One thing I can say is that as a professional, it's every day is a new day in supply chain, guys. It's never a boring day. It's never a dull day. There's always interesting dilemmas. There's always problems that need to be solved. It's like you almost sort of feel like every day you're running is it a hamster wheel? You're consistently going, right? But I mean, that's a challenge. That's a challenge with supply chain. There's never really a dull day. And trust me when I say that. So what I want to talk about within your career in supply chain, there's so many ways that you can grow within supply chain. Right now, you guys are studying, you're getting your education, you may be doing your honors, or you may currently just be doing your undergrad, right? And as you move along, there's many ways that things are going to change. Not everyone is going to get that corporate job. Not everyone is going to move into a position that they've seen, like positions that we are in, or you see your friends or your mentors are in, right? So that's why I think it's imperative to understand that education is not just the it all and be all. And once you graduate and you get your degree, start looking at those entry-level roles, start looking at internships, start looking at graduate programs. What I've seen lately over the past, I'd say almost 10 years, and I'm really happy, is that a lot of companies now are incorporating supply chain graduates into their graduate programs. It was never like that before. I remember when I was at WITS and I was applying for graduate programs, all you would see is finance, accounting, engineering, but there wasn't anything related to supply chain. So companies now are understanding that they need those graduates to come into the organizations and assist them to be able to work through whatever problems or situations that they may have. So once you are within the company, within your role, start looking at specialized roles like supply planning, demand planning, being a supply chain analyst, there's a lot of roles that you can move into. And that's why I'm saying that the end-to-end supply chain, there is so many opportunities and it's just never ending. In terms of entry-level roles, I want to just touch on this a bit and say, don't be scared, guys, to start at the bottom. Get your hands dirty. Understand what the guy who's packing those Simba chips on the line or operating that machine, understand what his issues are, understand what his troubles are and how he's trying to make things better. I always say there's a supply chain term, it's called Gemba. You go and see how the job is being done. If somebody is packing boxes every day, you as a manager, it's essential to go and understand how that is happening and understand what are the issues related to that, so that you can also say, okay, fine, I've got the experience, I'm seeing what's happening within those roles, right? In terms of education in supply chain, right? One thing I also want to allude to, I know there's probably a lot of supply chain graduates here. Guys, I studied finance, but I'm in supply chain. You know, there's a lot of people who studied IT, they're in supply chain. There's a lot of people who studied engineering and they are in supply chain. And that is the beauty of supply chain. You can go into it with any position, any role, any degree, you will still fit in, right? Once you get into your companies and your roles, you'll also see that a lot of institutions offer courses. Please go for them, guys. Go for every single course that they offer. A lot of companies will fund these trainings. There's even trainings that companies affiliated to SAPICS will offer online. Go ahead and do those things. And then while you are growing in your young profession, I also say, guys, go get certified. Go get your CSCP, go get your CPIM, go get your CLTD, do whatever you need to do to grow yourself, because it can never be enough. A degree is not enough, not just in supply chain, but in any industry right now. A degree is just not enough, right? And then in terms of other skills and you know, soft skills, guys, learn the key concepts and understand them, right? Get familiar with the tools that we're currently using now in supply chain. So I'm talking about your SAP, all these things, Kinexus, just so that even also you can start to grow your own analytical and technical skills, right? There's a lot of big data that's being utilized at the moment, and ensure you know how to interpret it and how to work with it. Get hands-on experience, as I said. You know, if you should happen to say perhaps work for a company like Bayer, I work for Bayer currently. You know, I'm in the maize and seed business of the company. It's imperative for me to go to the warehouse and understand, you know, how the packing works. So go to the field and understand if they're putting a seed in the ground, how long does that seed take to go and grow and become a maize plant? You know, that's me getting that hands-on experience and understanding how things are operating. Please volunteer, guys, like I'm doing right now. You will actually learn a lot. You'll meet a lot of people, you know, and then also you also even develop your soft skills, like Andrew alluded to. Soft skills like your communication skills, your presentation skills, you know, how to run meetings and things like that. It's very good to go and understand that, and to be adaptable to the situations that are always changing with the supply chain. As I said, never a dull day. And then because we are in Africa now, I always like to say to people, guys, Africa for Africa, you know, we can think global, but we also need to understand that Africa is our baby and we need to mentor it and work through with it, you know. If we are facing problems, let's look at African solutions, because not everything can work. The US related things won't always work for Africa and things like that. So yeah. So the other essential thing that I wanted to say is you're gonna have to adapt as a student and as a young professional, or you are going to get left behind. Please go on and read industry news and trends, understand what's happening, go on LinkedIn, there's so many podcasts, there's so many publications, there's webinars, you know, link up with industry influencers, you know, people you say, oh, but this guy, you know, he speaks a lot of truth. Let me touch base with him. Maybe I can learn, you know, a few things here and there, you know, build your network, guys. Attend events, attend conferences like this one, continuously learn, you know, skills development. And for me, obviously, I always say formal education is always very good. And then invest in a mentor and ask for guidance. Always keep asking for guidance so that you can connect and request feedback, guys. Feedback is important. Even today, a 50-year-old supply chain manager still requires feedback in order for them to be able to continuously do their job properly. And then essentially you start to learn all those relationships. I want you guys to have a look at these three pictures, right? So 1 minute, a few years ago, you're working at a warehouse, you're using that old handheld barcode scanner, right, for data entry. That's what most companies were doing. And then you move jobs to a company that is consistently moving with the times and consistently moving with the trends. And now it's using like your voice-enabled barcode scanning devices, You know, these things, they allow for hand-free operation. There's more ergonomic and more productive workflow, right? What's happened with those companies? It's moved with the times, right? And it's understanding the benefits that are associated to moving with up-to-date technology and information for their inventory and for their data. Another quick example I want to give you is Uber Eats. I mean, we're all using that right now, right? Back in the day, well, not back in the day, now, a guy on a scooter delivers to you, I mean, it's what, an app, quick app, smartphone, approved payment. Uber guy comes on a scooter, beep, beep, you know, delivers your order in the next 5 minutes and you enjoy your meal, right? That's now. That was never happening 10 years ago. So that means the world has evolved. And as a young professional, that is what I'm alluding to, evolve with the world, you know. And now you're seeing now in China, in the US, how food outlets are using drones as modes of delivery for takeaway. Imagine a drone landing in your backyard to deliver you a Lebanese pizza. I mean, that is what's happening in China, and that's what's happening in the US. They're using these because they're understanding that this is better servicing their customer base. It's offering quicker service. You don't need to your Uber driver can get stuck in traffic. A drone can't get stuck in traffic, right? So they're partnering up with these guys to make sure that they're giving their customer exactly what they want, and they're moving in with the technology. So a career in supply chain, is it worth it? Yes, 100%. Not just because I'm in it, but I've enjoyed it so far. And for me, I can just say that one thing about it is that you're not always going to have the best of days. You're not always going to perform your job the way that you would want to perform it. But one thing I can say to you is actively engage, stay informed, and ahead of the pack. That's the advantage, right? Of learning, of growing, of having mentors, of attending conferences and things like that. You stay informed and you stay ahead of the pack. You improve your knowledge and your skills, soft skills and hard skills included. You gain a competitive edge or advantage, guys. If you're always learning up and you always, honoring your education, and you have a mentor who's always guiding you and pushing you, you gain that competitive edge amongst other graduates that come out of the same workplace. You start to bring value to yourself and to your organizations. Organizations see that, you know, and they'll always push you to grow if you yourself are pushing yourself to grow. There's increased earning potential, guys. Getting certified will increase your earning potential, and that is a guarantee because that is what companies now are looking for. And guess what? You start to meet new and interesting people, right? So what are the disadvantages? There really aren't none. There really aren't any disadvantages that I can speak to. So go get certified, get that hands-on experience, hop between the different roles in supply chain and find out what's on offer. Opening a textbook isn't the it-all and be-all. Learn from your peers. Use social media. I mean, a lot of us are on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. Reach out to different industry professionals and leaders and listen to the supply chain podcasts. Attend a conference, attend a workshop, as I said. Andrew even said this. He said, networking, guys, networking isn't social. It's not about, let's meet up for drinks, whatever. You know, within your career, networking is very crucial. It's getting the right connections that will open the doors for you. And that's what I've learned over the years as well. You know, it's not about knowing the right people. It's also about being forward and saying, guys, I've got this idea. What's your feedback? You know, having that engagement with people is very important. And then just a few things that also I'll say that I've learned over the years is that knowledge is power, guys. Knowledge is power. Be visible and chase your own growth. Your manager's not going to do it. Your team leader's not going to do it. Your career is ultimately your own responsibility. And trust me, you have the potential to make a difference, guys. Professionals in supply chain make a difference every single day. They make a difference every single day. So I'm going to give you a quick example as to how, if you are in supply chain, you can actually change the way you think, right? Okay, so let's say what are we in now? Feb. Let's say in May, you're invited to a wedding, right? So what do? You order a nice dress from Shein, right? Or from wherever. And then you know that you work in supply chain. You've got that understanding and experience of how logistics work, right? So you order your dress in Feb, and then you're planning ahead. I mean, 2 to 3 months before the wedding, you're ensuring that your dress arrives on time in full, no drama, right? So you do this because you understand that working in supply chain and you having that order come from China to South Africa, you understand that anything can happen within those 3 months, right? I mean, the ship could capsize, it can be seized by pirates, your order could be lost somewhere, life happens, right? So I just want to stress this, that supply chain is not just happening in pretty air-conditioned offices in Waterfall, in Sandton. It's not just happening in factories and in production centers. It's not just happening in all the different ports around the world. You know, we're not just using fancy ERP systems like SAP and Kinexus and Cispro. Supply chain is constantly happening everywhere around us. And we need to understand that it's ever changing. We are repeatedly, every single day exposed to it without even noticing. You know, I live supply chain a lot, and I would love it if you guys also would go and you would live supply chain. Knowledge is power, as I said, be visible, and you definitely have the potential to make a difference. So just to wrap it up, guys, I'd like to bring up the theme for this year's conference happening in June. Let's meet at conference, guys, in Cape Town. It's always a blast. The theme this year is Innovation in Motion, which encapsulates the dynamic and forward-thinking approach that today's supply chain professionals must adopt to stay ahead, right? And as a young professional, you must certainly adopt and future-proof your career in supply chain. So why attend the conference? Well, there's world-class presentations, there's exhibitions, networking, there's cool workshops happening, there's even site visits, you know. It's called in June in Cape Town, but trust me, it's worth it. It's really worth it to see those guys come through companies. You see all the different companies that will be there. You'll even meet possibly your mentor. You might even possibly even meet your next manager or your next company that you're working for. So yeah, that's it from me, guys. And I just wanted to say thank you so much for giving me your time to listen. Please feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn, on email, on WhatsApp. So just to sum it up, I'm currently the Africa in-season supply chain planner at Bayer, South Africa. What I plan is row crops. You know, I plan maize seed, specifically for East Africa, West Central Africa, and SAC. I'm also concurrently the business lead for Africa and subject matter expert. I'm involved in a project where we're busy with implementation of a new supply chain planning tool, where we're able to actually bring an end-to-end integrated business solution for Africa. I mean, that's at the moment, it's including demand planning and execution, midterm to near plan, supply chain planning, detailed scheduling, direct materials and distribution, and supply chain and supply and operations planning and execution. One more thing, guys. I'm also a certified proud member of SAPICS and an ambassador for SAPICS. And as you can see on the screen there, those are the companies that I've gained over 10 years of experience within the various roles that I've held: Massmart, Econ, Pick and Pay, Avon, Justine, Syngenta. So yeah, thank you so much for your time, and I'll ask for any questions.
So ma'am, I wanted to ask you.
I'm not that old. I'm not that old. I'm joking. Go ahead.
I think about the advantage. Like the advantages. So I wanted to ask, like, since we are involved in technologies taking place, I want to know that, don't you think that in supply chain, you might end up having like less job opportunities according to how technology is moving?
Okay, all right. So your question is, you're saying that because of technology, we might find ourselves at a disadvantage within supply chain.
Yes, I want to ask like that happen or
No, I don't think so. I really don't think so, because remember, technology as it's evolving, we're all adapting to it, right? So even if, let's say, within the next 5 to 10 years, we don't have warehouses anymore, maybe we've got robots and stuff, right? What will usually happen is that, yes, some of those, everything can't be done with technology. You know, we do need some human intervention at some point or another. So we need to, as I said before, adapt, right? Technology can be a good thing and it can be a bad thing, but it's more over on also how we use it and how your company strengthens you to use their technology. Like I'll speak even of things like big data, right? A lot of things now, like now in supply chain, you see a lot of roles where there's a lot of analysis roles where there's a lot of big data that you need to interpret. Before, we have ERP systems that do that, but those ERP systems are not making decisions. So with technology and us growing, we needing you as a graduate to come in to be equipped with the technology to make the decisions that robots and systems cannot make. So I think that's where it might not be, there might be some disadvantages, but ultimately, no, I don't see it.
Good answer. We can take one more question in the room. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, how can we know about the certifications already?
That's a great question. Okay.
Big question.
It's a very big question. So you can actually reach out to SAPICS. They will give you all the information that you need. Everything is on their website, it's online, and then obviously you find out SAPICS has a lot of partners that they work with who will help you with your education. So a lot of them usually offer classes like on the weekends or during the week, you know, or even online classes for you to get prepared to go and do your certifications, right? So SAPICS can offer you a lot of information. Reach out to them, reach out to me, or any of the other speakers that will be here present today. Yeah.
Thank you, Kia.
All right, thanks.
Okay,
guys, if you have any more questions, I'll be here during the break and then we can touch base.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We do have one a good question, Bev. I don't know if you want to read it out loud. And I was actually going to ask Kia to maybe consider answering that. Sorry.
Yeah, you can make yes. Okay. People from how given
okay, I'm gonna talk from experience. I think the best way to do that is do experience, like do the talk when the opportunity arises to go and present yourself to people. It may be scary the first couple of times. It maybe perhaps there's a meeting and there's a slide that you need to present. Go ahead and present it. I think the best way is to jump into the work exposure. There really isn't any easy way. If you're really shy and go kind of the best way to do it is to go about it and do it and practice and practice.
Excellent. Thank you. Great. Isn't she a great ambassador? Thank you, Kia. And well done on your amazing work and your journey that you've been on in supply chain management. Right. Well, we're going to just forge ahead here because we're having heaps of fun. And just want to remind all the people who have just joined us today in person and those who are still coming in online that all of the slides will be shared, the LinkedIn profiles of the speakers, SAPICS membership information, links to our education program, and our mentorship program. So don't think that you have to write this all down. You will be sent all this information on Monday. I also want to just remind the people in the room and online that SAPICS, through its partner ASCM, the Association for Supply Chain Management based in the States, will be giving all full-time students a free membership of the ASCM for the year ahead. That gives you access to lots of resources, lots of learnings that are internationally based that you can use and reference in your essays and your projects. And we thank again ASCM for being such a great partner. Right, we have one more presentation before the comfort break. And I've already spoken and thanked her, but formally to welcome Dr. Sebonkile Thaba, and some of you will know her obviously, and she'll be talking on the importance of student chapters and bridging the skills gap, continuing the conversation that we started at the SAPICS conference last year. Oh, Kia mentioned the conference, and I just wanted to, before I forget, that students receive a 75% discount on the registration fee to attend the conference. So if you would like to know about how that all works and what the fee will be, please respond to my email that I'll send you on Monday. Thanks, Dr. Thaba.
Yes, bye. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Let me take this opportunity to thank SAPICS team. Claire, it was quite long, but it was a marathon. So the day you said you'll follow up with me, you made sure that you do that. And I'm thankful for all the calls and all the emails that we're sending through, your determination, your hands-on, you're pushing, I think, got all of us here today. And I'm very, very thankful, and I feel very, very honored. And I'm happy that my students are actually sitting in front of me now, and then all of them, they are getting all this information from the industry, from academia, and I'm hoping that they are going to take it very, very serious, because we are actually seeing that this supply chain, this logistics is actually very exciting, and we can be whatever we want to be. So to introduce myself, I'm Sebonkile Thaba from the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management. I actually have been lecturing for 8 years now. In class, I always say 10. I'm counting my tutorials as well, because I was a teacher. So it's 8 years in this industry, but then engaging with students came in. I was in the student chapter for many years. Like the time I was still a student, I was part of operations management and industrial engineering student chapter. I became a member there. Eventually, when I was still a student, I became the president there. And then that's where I saw the value of a student chapter. And I think the career I got today was because of that specific student chapter, because the student chapter was actually in a academia side. So it was more about academics and their research and presentation in different conferences. But that got me so many mentors. It led me to like research at a very tender age. I started publishing while I'm still doing my undergrad. And I traveled and I met more people. And then in that way, that's where I started pushing my career towards academia. It came with so many other advantages, like traveling the world. I think I've been to 4 continents, and I have been to so many countries that I can't count. And to date, I'm still experiencing that exposure. And that's why one thing I know, what matters is consistency. Consistency matters. If you want to do something, you have to make sure you are consistent, and everything will follow. You don't start something and you don't finish it. When you start something, you make sure that you finish it. And everything that you are doing that doesn't talk, it means you can do it because you can talk. You put your mind on it, it will happen. Because I wanted to travel a lot, my supervisor said he wanted 3 papers for each of my international travel. In that year, I published 9 papers because I had to travel with 1. How it happened, I became consistent. I knew I can do it, and I wanted to be in Asia, I wanted to be in the West, and I also wanted to be somewhere in Africa just once, and I've done it. Hence, I'm saying, if you put your mind into it, it will definitely happen. So, I've already actually mentioned it. As much as in our setups with the students, I'm actually communicating to my students. Actually, to have a setup that I did with my student in class. And what we're doing, we're somehow student chapters. But then I like the fact that SAPICS today is coming for us to have that organization, like to have that layer of organization and where everybody is actually taking a role. But these student chapters, they have already mentioned, you can do the networking, you can do plan tours, you can get all those soft communication skills which they were referring to. But it's very, very important that we have an organization where we are going to house ourselves and each of our activities can now be reported to. I also want to talk to young professionals. To the young professional, I'm saying, we also need to have what is called industry student chapter, same under the umbrella of SAPICS. Why? We are actually bridging that gap between the student and the industry professionals. We are just new from the university. We are now working. So we know exactly what students are going through, but we are also every day touch basing with the industry. And in that way, we become that layer where we can connect what is required in the industry, with the student and industry. When we're doing our program review last year, one of our former Professor Walter said, let's first do a survey. Let's go back to young professionals and ask them, what is it that we could have done right? And that's how we managed to do our curriculum review. When we were doing our curriculum review now, it assisted us because we were touch basing with the people who have recently been with us, but now they have moved to the industry, and then they are realizing what the industry is doing, which can actually assist us to improve in our program. So imagine a professional chapter where if you are in the student chapter and then you eventually, when you are within a working environment, you go to the professional chapter, that is actually going to assist both the academia and the industry. With the role of student chapter, the key benefit is that the same student will have an eager, as much as we are taking them through the project that they are doing at school, where we are trying to say to them, be practical, at the same time know the theory, at the same time create a business, at the same time think that you are at your third year level, you need to get a job. And then the student chapter brings them together in a way that they have a common goal. The picture I have there, the people are in this room now. They were undergraduate in the picture down there, and then they were doing a project. They end up coming with a very beautiful company that we have called Big Five. The same people in the undergrad, they are together. They are actually graduating because they stood together up until they get to the final level of studies. So bridging the gap between academia and industry. I just want to get these questions to everyone and hoping that even the industry is among us. And then some of the questions they might be able to respond to. The gap between academia and industry, could it be because of an outdated curriculum? Could it be a skill mismatch? Could it be the lack of experiential learning? Could it be insufficient funding and mentorship? Or could it be the absence of entrepreneurial mindset? Which one? To me, the answer is all. All of them matters. And then some of them are going to be answered by the academia. But some of them, the response must come from the industry. Because in South Africa, and that is to be honest with you, there is that gap between academia and industry. We don't see many companies housing in the higher institutions, but still they want certain graduates. How will higher institutions know the kind of graduate industry want if they are not coming to into the picture? And for them to come into the picture, they need to also invest in money into it. And then it is also the responsibility of us as academia to actually embed entrepreneurial mindset into our students. When we're embedding entrepreneurial mindset into our students, it's not that we are saying all of them are going to be entrepreneurs. They will be seniors in your own industries. This is the kind of graduate you want. You want people who think outside the box. You don't want people who wait for you to tell them what to do. You will want somebody who will arrive in your supplier chain, immediately manage to see the inefficiencies that are there, and then start coming with solutions. So we all have to find a way to work together. And I'm saying especially in South Africa, because we do manage to get partnership internationally. Like Prof was saying now, we do have 2 companies in our department of international companies that just come in and say, we want to invest money, we want to do this. But in South Africa, that thing is difficult for us to get. So what we do ourselves at UJ currently, we do innovative strategies. We are trying to close the gap. And we are calling for the industries to actually join us in this. We have come up with programs that are bringing in blockchain, they are bringing in supply chain, digital twin, AI-driven logistics, and ERP systems. We have actually been partnering with one of the international companies that has embedded ERP system into our curriculum. And then we have also partnered with some industries and other academic centers, and then they are actually teaching our students blockchain. So at UJ, we are encouraging student-led innovation through competition and hackathons. And that's where we really need industry. Because hackathons need investment, they need funding. We don't mind industry coming in and saying, branding the hackathon, but we know we are doing it for the graduate we want. We also, UJ is also establishing structured incubator models that facilitate research commercialization. As Prof has mentioned, we do have research institute. We also have technology transfer office. We have UJ blockchain centers. So we are doing our very best to commercialize the same research we do with both our undergraduate and postgraduate. So actionable step for student and stakeholder. We will keep on encouraging our students to actively engage in student chapters and industry association. So I'm saying, Claire, I'm giving you a word that by end of day, we will have a formal SAPICS student chapter. And then we are strengthening networks with professionals to ease the transition from university and industry. We are advocating for universities to incorporate entrepreneurial and technology-driven curriculum. And we are supporting student startup for sustainable business growth, and we are promoting technology adoption in supply chain education for future-proof graduates. So this is just some of the activities that we are doing. And then on my last slide and conclusion, I have added the 5 startups that we have created at UJ with our students, that they are well ready to commercialize. And the best thing about these startups is that they are not in any way repeating anything that is in the market. They are here to the same industry market that is there, the same value chain that is there. These startups are bringing in convenience and efficiency in the same market. And that's what we mean about innovating our students, because we sit them down with the supply chain content, and then we bring in AI and technology into them and start saying, what new thing can you bring? And if when time permits, or you go to they all have social media platforms where you can just go and learn about their businesses. And then you'll realize none of them are repeating anything that is currently in the market. And then now I'm going to take this opportunity to bring in Ms. Chikluke Maluleka to take you through the podcast of our department. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. Sorry, I didn't expect her to finish her presentation so quickly. I was chewing on a sweet. So just give me 2 seconds to just swallow. I hope everybody's enjoying the presentation so far. My name is Chule Maluleke. I currently work with Dr. Sebonkile in the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management. I have both academic and industry experience, so I haven't been in academia as long as she has. I'm from industry and recently joined the university. I've been with UJ for the past 2 years. And one of the big initiatives that I've been pushing is just to bring the collaboration between industry and academia, because I think this is quite important, and I think both could benefit from this kind of relationship. And so one of the big initiatives that we've been pushing within the department is the Supply Chain Lab. And what the Supply Chain Lab aims to do is basically bring conversations between academics and industry about various supply chain related issues. Wrong right side. So these are just some of the stats of what we've been able to achieve over the past 7 months. So the Supply Chain Lab is still a very new initiative. We launched it last year, July. And I think the response and the interest around the podcast has been quite good, especially for something that we haven't heavily marketed, or we haven't marketed at all. A lot of the growth that you're seeing within the podcast is organic growth, just by us creating a Spotify platform and leveraging our UJ YouTube page. And the reason why I'm here today is just to encourage you guys as students to please subscribe to our platform, share the content that we've put up there, and yeah, just engage with the platform, because this is something that we've created for you guys, just so that you know what's happening in industry, and to bring really key people that have experience, some that are like ex-UJ students, just to give you guys an idea of what's happening in industry, what people are doing, what are topical things, what are the critical skills that organizations are looking for, etc. So this is just how you can subscribe to our platforms. And then we've had a few people engaging with our podcast. You can see some of the comments there. I know the comments are very small, and then some pictures of some of the guests that we've had on the platform. So if you guys could just take a picture, if you want to subscribe via YouTube or via our Spotify platform, that's just how you can engage with us. And then my details are just at the bottom, should you want to reach out and share anything or want to collaborate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well done on your work. Amazing. Well, thank you, everybody. We're going to come right now. So please use this opportunity to activate at the same time I have any SAPICS questions, or please feel free to chat to the speakers. We also have Alicia and Murray in the room as well from NISA. If you work out bringing the skills gap, and that's a very tough to later. We're going to quickly put on a YouTube video with I don't know what or not, but it could be you. We created it a good number of years ago. And it's about the person who came to the SAPICS conference.
I have to speak here.
Oh.
Can you speak? Sorry.
Sorry, I forgot to speak on.
We're going to have a comfort break now, everybody. But we are going to show a YouTube video called Could Be You, which we developed a good number of years ago, but it's still relevant. And I promise you, there really are people who have become SAPICS members who have evolved through their personal and professional journeys alongside SAPICS, and it's definitely benefited from them. Just like to thank Selepe again for being with us, our board member, and to UJ and DP World. I've lost you from DP World. Where are you, my darling? Oh, no, she's not here anymore. With us, thank you for their sponsorship. Thanks to everybody for being online. Please come back after 15 minutes and we'll see you all just now. Thank you.
And I attended my first SAPICS conference whilst doing a learnership through my employer at the time. Yes, I remember that first conference as a student well. I think the word intimidated comes to mind. An amazing community, but boy, the professional knowledge contained amongst its members, mind-boggling. As I drove off in my little beaten-up Fiat that day, I decided I needed to become an individual SAPICS member and make sure that I rubbed shoulders with the people in the community, and that's exactly what I proceeded to do. Fast forward a few years, and my employer had invested in some training. SAPICS has such a wonderful range of courses and certifications. If you don't know, you should look into this. So I attended the Principles of Production and Inventory Management, and I was like a sponge, soaking up all the education on offer. Oh, I see some of you who attended the course with me in the audience today. We'll compare notes later. I remember attending a site visit as a warehouse supervisor and then attending a SAPICS conference as a warehouse manager, proud as a peacock and clever as, well, I thought so. But looking back, there was still so much to learn and so many opportunities within SAPICS to engage and build relationships with fellow industry professionals. I met many great people at the SAPICS conference, keen young men and women like me, as well as delegates with abundant experience to share. I became a professional member of SAPICS soon thereafter, and after studying the CPIM and CSCP through APEX, that's our American associate organization, I was certified in production and inventory management. Yes, I remember this so clearly. It was around about the same time that I bought my first BMW, but the second hand and a model from a few years back, but I was a man with a mission and the wheels to match it. I sat across from Liesl Smith. Yeah. Well, for those not in the know, that's the second lady president of SAPICS. Yep, we sat at a professional development breakfast event, and we had the opportunity to collaborate and strategize on how to address the requirement for development and shortage of skills within our industry. And that still remains an important focus. That same year, my company won an award at the Supply Chain Education Excellence Awards, and no team could have been prouder of its accomplishments. Soon after, I arrived at that year's SAPICS conference in my suit and tie, my new set of wheels, and new title, Operations Manager. The 2 years that followed went by like a whirlwind romance. I remember being invited to speak at a regional conference in Cape Town. It was incredible to have an opinion that people valued. And it felt like a dream, as I was becoming one of those people I had met and admired so long ago as a student. The honeymoon period was not over yet. The year I attended the conference as a supply chain director, and yes, you guessed it, in a new set of wheels, I was invited to speak. And what a proud moment in my life that was. Seeing my name in bold, could be you, right on the agenda. So, whilst you may say, why SAPICS? I would challenge you rather to say, now SAPICS. I was fortunate to form a partnership with this tremendous organization very early in my career, and it's empowered me within the South African profession to play my part in the global logistics and operations community. Our time is now. Our time is here. There are still 2 goals I have. The South African Breweries Award for Most Innovative Speaker, which I'm sure is in the bag after this performance. And the other? Well, I may as well let the cat out the bag. Yes, one day, could be you will be president of SAPICS. But while I'm still making it happen, I will focus my energies on getting as much out of this event and share and exchange as much knowledge with you, my fellow industry professionals. Throughout the years, the SAPICS contribution to my career development has been priceless. And your time is now. Your time is here.
Don't need anything now. She's green. Wait, this is back on shop here. Presenting on
Let's just go next slide and back. Just go full screen again.
Strange, eh?
Wait, let me just check this.
Share the window.
Shade this one.
Shade this one.
Okay, so I want to go like full screen. So you did the same. That one.
Go back to the screen.
Because I want to shade slideshow.
Yeah. Good.
Okay. Let me just hit this one. Just
Bring the mic. Bring the mic. Should I come stand? Should I come stand?
I'm fairly close to this one.
Fairly close to that one.
Yeah, I can do.
What I can do is
do this one. Because you need that. You need that.
And then your guide, if there's any questions.
Yes, clear or following those. What about people? Yeah.
Finally.
Yeah.
Finally.
It wasn't. It was too big. It wasn't. It was too big.
Okay. Can I go? Okay. Can I go to you? Can I start, Abby? Can I start, Abby? Right. Hi, everybody.
Right. Hi,
Welcome
everybody.
back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to everybody online. It's really great to have you with us. I think we're on just over 200 online.
And
that's fantastic. Can I just ask everyone in the room to just be a bit quiet?
Could
I just ask everyone to just take their seats, please?
The people
who have just arrived, there are some seats on the left here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. We're not going to have any delays because I've been chatting far too much, but it is my honor to welcome Phumla Mosotho
from DP World, our sponsor for today. Thank you and
Sipiwe for coming along and being with us. And she will be talking. She is Senior Director of Talent Acquisition at DP World in Sub-Saharan Africa. And she's going to be talking to you today on lots of interesting things and also a little bit about their talent acquisition programs. And if you become a SAPICS member, you will have access to perhaps some of their project work, vacation work, volunteer work. So I urge you again to take up SAPICS membership. 160 Rand a year only. That's 14 Rand a month. It's less than a beer. So over to Phumla, and thank you very much for your support and your sponsorship.
Height is not on my side. Can you hear me well? Okay, fantastic. Good morning, everybody. I'm Phumla Mosotho. I look after talent acquisition. I'm going to try and find a more comfortable spot to stand on. Today we're going to be talking about the impact of AI in the world of work. How many of you have a smartphone? Okay. Are you worried about AI taking over the world of work? Yes and no? Okay, let me hear. So it will be an interactive session. I love talking. I don't know much about AI, so I'm not a pro at AI. I'm not going to give you the technicalities behind how AI works and all of that, because then, you know, I would have read it up and just regurgitate. What I do is I work with humans and we try and find a common place in the workplace for both humanoids as well as true humans. So you said yes and no, you're worried about the world of work. Give me a sense. What's worrying you?
I would say, more especially on an entry level, the people that don't have experience or that have limited experience to operating with AI and the technologies are the ones who get the disadvantage. So, if we are not worried that they will be mostly engaging with the technology and will be limited with it.
Okay, so the feedback is that we are worried about AI taking over the world of work, especially with entry-level jobs, because those could become obsolete. Okay, and who's positive about it? Who's positive about AI? Okay, we've got quite a number of hands. I want to take 2 hands.
Okay, so my positivity comes from the fact that it's moving with the times, A. B, it's giving us more opportunity to learn new skills.
So opportunity to relearn new skills and moving with the times. Okay, so you all for the evolution, yeah? Excellent. One more? You're welcome to go.
Since we're moving in a digital space, it's also an advantage because some things are now going to be fast-paced. We can't make timely decisions without also utilizing AI within the whole element, whereas certain decisions can have a human touch a human element to it. However, in incorporating it with technology makes it even more advanced and more better. And so it is a challenge using AI. However, what is AI without human beings actually? Because it can't just function on its own without us. So either we are positive as to the functionality of it still requires us at a certain level.
Okay, thank you for your responses. So it's more about real-time decision-making, but also the coexistence as to how it can augment what humans could potentially lack. Okay. So it's true. Both schools of thought are true, right? So many of us, you know, in this year and 10 years from now, our skills could actually become obsolete. I mean, I remember when I started 25 years ago as a recruiter, we didn't have proper PCs. I mean, the PCs we had was the old gray box with a tower. So I'm telling my age, right? I am a dinosaur. And we moved from typewriters. CVs back then, we had to type. You know, as a branch administrator, as a secretary at an agency, an employment agency, there was a typist. That person would type up a CV, and then there was someone who would run the fax. CVs were faxed to potential employers, and there was someone who would receive the faxes and make sure that you staple everything together. Imagine that kind of work in this day and age. Anyone want to be a typist? No? Okay, so there's a place for AI. The world of work is also evolving quite rapidly. What we know today in a few years could actually be outdated. Half of today's skills by 2030 could be automated. So some of the tasks that we do daily can become automated. Who needs a PA in this day and age? You need a PA? Okay, I'll take one too. I'll take one too. But if you look at how Copilot, how Siri, how Bixby, and all the other artificial intelligence tools have started to learn our behaviors, understand what activities are forthcoming. If you look at your banking apps, they'll start telling you in a month's time, you're going to have X amount of money potentially coming out. So that's predictive analysis. So how we're going to use human intelligence is actually going to be different. So much so by 2025, which is this year, 2025, 85 million jobs will be displaced. 85. But it will be replaced by 97 million new. So the ones that know how to do the math, less will go, more will be coming in. So it's still an optimistic picture. So for me, it says really, really, we are moving in the right direction from an optimism that we had in the room, which means that every 5 years, you need to reinvent yourself, if not sooner. So the 5 years is based on studies. And remember, studies look at regression analysis, right? What has happened and what we anticipate will happen. But today, based on what we are seeing, on how the adoption to technology, how technology is learning new skills, unlearning, relearning, it is happening at a pace that none of us sitting in this room can actually conceive. Think of the law of computing. Think of companies like Amazon, Google, Microsoft. They've been sitting with AI in their pockets for years. Since the 50s, actually. That's when AI really started to become a thing. We are only starting to have it in our pockets for the last 10 years, really. And for generations to come, we are going to be solving problems that we don't even know existed yet. So that's how the world of work is going to shift. We can't even start to predict or even conceive the complexity of what we're going to be dealing with. If you think of healthcare, I'm not sure if you guys watch any of the reality series channels, where they actually starting to show how doctors are using augmented reality in trying to diagnose diseases that we didn't even know existed, or diseases that will exist, or even diseases that we thought cannot be curable, or perform operations that with a human hand will be so tricky, but with a bot can be so precise that you will not hurt a human on the table. And automation will replace those routine jobs. So you are right. Those entry-level jobs will cease to exist in the form that we appreciate it as, but they may exist differently because human intelligence also does grow and it does change, and we can still reimagine. And that's the beauty of being a human, right? The power of imagination. So remember when you're small, they used to say, read a lot. Read because it builds imagination. That is still true. The pen is still mightier than the sword because there's actually psychological research that was done. I'm not sure how many of you actually remember the stuff that you write down versus the stuff that you type. Which one do you remember best? Write down. So it's how we are coded. It's a codification method. So the more things change, the more they will stay the same. AI has also helped with authentication around risk management. I'm not sure if any of your personalities have been cloned yet, or any of your personas, your personal records. Not yet. Cybersecurity, you need to be so on top of it. Because if you leave your ID number just lying around, I've seen CVs. We've got access to something called PNet, LinkedIn. Everyone happily puts in their ID number, and I'm just sitting there thinking, gee whiz, I'm sitting with a whole hoard of data. So ideally, what you should be doing, give us your first 6 digits, hide the last 4, and give us the last 3. Why is that important? First 6, I can tell how old you are. Last 3, I just need to know if you are a South African citizen or not, if you're born here, or if you are a child of the soil through naturalization or descent, right? The rest of the 4 numbers are unique identifiers telling me you are you. So hide that information, even on your CV. Up until we say to you, listen, how we need to run background checks and we need that information, then share it. Or else you are sharing your information with people that you don't even know are authorized or licensed to have it. And with cybersecurity being so rife, it could end in tears. AI in the general workplace. Let's see what has happened. In our warehouses, we've seen drones become colleagues of ours. Within manufacturing, FMCG, within the car space, we've also seen how they've used bots, where humans are not able to do the work as efficiently. From a cost perspective, it's too costly, or even from a risk perspective. Some jobs are really risky to put humans on there, and that's where actually AI comes in. In restaurants, there's been bots that have come through to start taking orders, and they can deliver food. There's some entities actually in South Africa that are using this, and we're seeing a lot of pushback from the unions, saying that if you bring in such technology into entry-level jobs, we are going to see a high unemployment rate, given that we are sitting at over 30% unemployment. And if you look at that South Africa and Africa is a young population. It's not like in Europe where it's an aging population. We really have to start reimagining what our future is going to be looking like with AI. Think of healthcare. We've shared about how bots have done work in clinics, in hospitals. Some actually do patient care and patient monitoring. A nurse is not always going to be in the ward. And by the time they come to the ward, sometimes it might be too late. And those are critical decisions that matter real time. Bots can help us with that. My favorite one is call center. So way back when, we used to think it's so cool to be a call center agent. You may not think it, but let me tell you, it was a dream job for a lot of us years ago. And today there's something called IVR, where you call a contact center, you authenticate yourself, and you can even say my voice is my password. And it will authenticate that it's truly you or if it's not. We can use facial recognition if you go into an office to say if it's you or not. And we've moved away from access cards. So there's been a lot of evolution. How has DP World adapted to that? Here's a picture of one of our ports in Jebel Ali, where we've got Box Bay. Box Bay was built on the premise that if you can have Lego blocks stack up on top of each other, surely we should be able to stack up the containers on top of each other. Obviously, there's a math and science of how many containers you can stack up and how heavy the containers need to be. But Box Bay was designed in a way that if we can do it with Legos and we can reconceive that whole idea, how else might we do it? So there's a structure built, but it's built in such a way that you can actually stack up your boxes, you save space, and everything that is done on Box Bay is automated, which I couldn't believe up until I saw it for myself. Interestingly as well, within the port, there's autonomous vehicles. They drive themselves. No one is allowed to be on the roads. Those roads purely belong to our colleagues, our virtual assistant colleagues. Because they kept on saying, you know, where's the colleague? And I'm like, what colleague? What are you talking about? No, the colleague is coming. You're going to see them drive past now. And I'm like, oh, wait. They're like, no, you don't have to go to them. They will come to you, you know, which I thought was so strange, only to find that there's no one in that car. It is really a virtual assistant and it's controlled from a control tower. And this was done so that if anything goes wrong on Box Bay with any of the boxes, from a risk management perspective, there will be no human, anyone who's going to be hurt. So any failures in controls, we know that we are sorted. And DP World is very big on health and safety, by the way. So we build for a better future, and we promise our colleagues that as a people promise, we want you to go back home to spend the evening or the day with your colleagues or with your family, depending on the shift that you've worked. So it's very important for us to see how we can augment reality with the real humans. DP World also participated with helping McLaren deliver a car to the Abu Dhabi Autonomous Racing League. So this is a racing league where all the cars were autonomous. No one drove the car. And there was a lot of skepticism around this whole type of Grand Prix. You know, you are displacing the culture of what we are used to. We want to see, you know, how our drivers are going to be performing. I'm putting my, you know, my bet on this one, but now I'm not betting on a driver anymore, I'm betting on a car, you know, so that there's a culture and an emotional connection to some of the sports activities that we're thinking you can actually automate. But the benefits of this is that it's an innovation catalyst. It helps us to think differently and say to ourselves, what could go wrong? If you think of Schumacher, and yes, he's had other accidents, but if you think repetitively, the number of times the cars have crashed and the impact that happens on the body every time the car crashes, now we don't have to worry about that because the car is autonomous. There's real-time decision-making, but we're also starting to look at this for last-mile delivery. I'm not sure if you know what last-mile delivery is, being in supply chain. Awesome. And the critics just say this whole element lacks the human touch and the emotion. But at what cost? And as leaders of tomorrow, those are the decisions you are going to make in the room. Now, I want to give you a sneak preview of DP World and to help you reimagine what it's like to work within our organization. Con, I'm not sure if there's sound. Sorry, guys, we've had to do a makeshift.
check what's going on.
Okay.
Leave out.
Okay, there we go. That's DP World. How many of you believe that was the metaverse or reality of DP World? Based on how that video was shot, how much of that is AI in that video? How much? 80. Which part is AI? Pardon? Which part of the video was AI? Do you believe? The movements. Okay, the movements. Okay, we must take your name. We need to send you a gift. You've been so participative and you are right. That video is actually a true environment within DP World in Dubai. That's in our expo center, and that is the Flow Lab. We got a drone to film that whole expo center environment. The sound within the expo center, if you love sound systems, it's actually better than Bose speakers. I've never heard such sound with precision and clarity in the Flow Lab. So we encourage you to come and flow with us and join SAPICS so that we can stay in touch and give you a sense of, you know, what it's like to work at DP World for generations to come. So we'd like you to reinvent yourself as I'm about to close, and I've got one more activity for you. I'm encouraging you to do it. You've seen what has happened with Facebook. Elon with Tesla, how he's moved from PayPal, and how you can really own your career. The skills that you've learned today, if you augment them with additional learning, similar to what you can learn on LinkedIn, those bite-sized chunks learning, if you look at what Google is constantly sending out, and if you follow certain people on LinkedIn, you will see they're constantly sharing free to learn kind of applications. I never thought 30 years ago, when I was a student at UJ, and I never made it, by the way, but then I had to reinvent, right? When I was here, I wanted to become an accountant. I wanted to become a CA. And I ended up being in financial risk management, but I'm actually recruiting people, and I use a lot of finance and a lot of tech in my work. 90% of the stuff that I'm doing was learned on the job or through personal interest. 10% of what I'm using in my career today is through academic learning. Food for thought. So you will see, as employers, we are moving towards skills-based learning, not only academics. What's nice with academics is it gives you that sense of questioning and critiquing. So that level of intelligence is obviously elevated. But what I need is for you to be able to do the job, not tell me what you can do, but do it. Most in-demand skills, machine learning, AI, data science, you can't go wrong. Biggest currency in the world right now. Cloud computing, cybersecurity, like I said, watch your ID numbers, because we are always out. And when I say we never know. Remember, we've got other people in the metaverse. So I'm not talking about me, myself in the physical. I'm also talking about everyone else in cyberspace and prompt engineering. And then there's others that I don't even know that are still coming. When it comes to your education and your career projection, look at AI-driven applications and platforms where you can really adjust your knowledge levels and learn at pace through bite-sized learning, because the future belongs to those who are willing to learn. So I just want to take the last 5 minutes of my talk and invite you to please join us on a quick quiz on AHA slides. Has it not come through yet? It's come through on my side. There it is. Is everyone on AHA slides yet? See, I'm testing digital fluency as well. This is an interview, guys. Clear? And by the way, with interviews, we introduced assessment centers. I'm not sure if anyone has been to an assessment center while you're trying to connect. No one has been to an assessment center. Okay, so we've moved away as employers, and a lot of the multinets do that, where we want to see you in the job. So we put you in the job ahead of time. When you come for an interview, it's a simulation. We put you in a job simulated environment, and then you start acting in the job. And that's how we select people. And may the best performer win. So you actually start with performance management. And if you can perform upfront, then you are hired as part of the recruitment process. Okay, are we all in? Okay, Sim, do you want to check? I think we should online. Sorry. The connectivity, some of the codes are not picking up. But for those that have, and in the interest of time, we are going to play a game. If you're not interacted, you just play with your hands. How's that? If you're not connected. Everyone online, I hope that you are able to connect and play with us. Fantastic. Con is giving me a thumbs up. I'm gonna see if it says get ready to play. Okay. Okay, I see all the players. Okay.
Share that again.
We are struggling with the sharing, right? Let me just see. You are so it was me. Okay, we're going to reset it. We're going to reset it and start again. Yeah, did I screen? Can we have a QR code once more? Oh, okay. It won't share. The network, there's forces against us in the network. My cyber colleagues are just not playing along, hey? I think the guys,
we're gonna have to go like that.
We just have to go like that. Okay, we're going to start from scratch. Unfortunately, if you're not able to join, I'm so sorry. I'm interested in presenting, preserving our time for the future speaker. In future, I promise I will ask for a longer slot. Okay, so I see we've got 11 players, 12 players, 13, 15. Kia is laughing. Gundi. 18. Okay, I'll wait for us to get to 30, then we'll start. I can see those fingers. All right, we've got 19. Let's go. All right, so check your screen. You've got 5 seconds. Which of the following best explains why professionals need to reinvent themselves? Ten, 9, 8. Are we good? Okay, our time is up. Gonna move over to the next one. A lot of you are listening. Okay. Okay, next question. The biggest trends that are shaping the future of work, which one is it from below? Yes, if she was killing herself. It's not replacing. Oh, we said they can coexist. Come on, guys, it's Friday. Okay, we're halfway. Question 3. Which of these industries has been significantly disrupted by AI? I'm loving the reactions. Time's up. All of the above. Okay. Mahlodi, who's Mahlodi? Mahlodi is leading at the moment. We are halfway though. Let's get the next one. How many new jobs will AI create by 2025? Remember, some will go away and then more will come. 97, okay. A few more seconds. Oh. Who was not in class today? And then the last one. No, we are done. We're done. Let me see if my leaderboard is there. Okay, there is a last one. What's one key reason why soft skills are becoming more important in the AI era? Remember, there was an ethical dilemma. That was the last question. Oh my word. Good feedback. Hey? You can't replicate what is innately in us. So I just want to say thank you, everybody. I hope that you've really enjoyed playing with us. Hey, but how do you've been dethroned, eh? Where's Rujul? Is Rujul online? We've got a player named Rujul who's probably, is Rujul in the room? Probably online. Well, exactly from DP World. So yeah, I'm signing out from DP World and saying thank you so much for participating. Are there any questions, any comments before I step off and drop the mic?
Well,
Thanks, Phumla. Well done for overcoming technology. Different things like Nkwane.
Exactly.
Thank you. Oh, are you going to stay for the last couple? Oh, listen to Chule. Thank you, everybody. While we're just changing the slides over, I'd like to just thank Phumla and Simpiwe again for their support today and that fun game and her very interesting presentation. If you'd like to connect with her, I'll share her LinkedIn profile if that's okay. And please feel free to connect with all of our speakers. And I mention again our amazing mentors who would love to hear from you. Right. Another great supporter and friend to SAPICS is Elaine Stout. She's the General Manager for Supply Chain and Supply Chain Professional, Project Manager, Transport. Wow. She's got a lot of things going on. And I think she's also a mum. And she's a wife. She brought her husband with her. And Kevin works for DP World. So that's all very cool. I'd love to know what they talk about at dinner. Not work. Thanks to our online delegates for all the chat and the questions. And we very much look forward to engaging with you as members. But now over to Elaine, and thank you for the time and the support as a person and in your capacity as DHL. Over to you.
just this guy. Do you have video?
No.
Okay, just this one.
Right.
Hey, it's still morning, so good morning, everyone. I'm not going to use AI like Phumla did, but I will give out something. And sorry to those that's online, you won't be able to catch the ball. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to toss out a few balls. If you catch it, you get a little prize. And it's just a little something from DHL. So maybe I should do it with like weddings to turn around and just throw it, see what happens. So just a little something from DHL, just to say thank you for being here as well. And yeah, so firstly, I would like to, people always start with thank yous at the end, but I thought to do thank you in the beginning. So firstly, to you guys, the young professionals, thank you for your time today. If it weren't for you, wouldn't have had this opportunity to present my slide deck to you. And then to SAPICS, thank you very much for arranging this. It's very important to keep our youth engaged. And from a young age, you know, show them what there is in the industry and how things are put together, so that by the time that you reach the working environment, you already have a bit of background in terms of how the real things work out there in the transport and logistics industry. Then to DHL, thank you very much for the support, for allowing me to be here today and present. To our suppliers, which is mainly what my topic is about today. And then also, last but not least, to DP World, thank you very much for your sponsorship today. Yeah, and I brought my husband with, that also works at DP World, like Claire said. So yes, thank you very much. So now over to fun and games, and then I'll start my presentation. Okay, right, here it goes. And then Okay, those that caught the balls, quickly come grab a bag. There should be 5. Well done. All right, now that everyone's awake. Okay, why are we here today? Okay, so I'm going to chat to you about cross-stock supply transition that we had in DHL, and how new supplier go lives and how important it is to have a good relationship with your suppliers. In this transition, we really saw how we came from a previous supplier to a new supplier, how, you know, having that personal relationship with your suppliers is so important to make sure the service delivery to your customers is on par. Okay, so firstly, what is a cross-stock? Who of you know what a cross-stock is? Any takers? Yes, let's hear from you.
First, it's more like they are trying to limit stolen goods, so when they arrive, they are taken by another transport to someone else.
Well done. Yes. So there's an inbound and an outbound flow to it, but mostly it arrives in full truckload configuration and bulk. And then from there, there's a sorting process in the middle, and then it's loaded on other trucks, but mixed to go out further to the rest of the network. So like we said earlier, it's your lower end distribution. So there's little or no storage, and then orders are either picked by route or by customer, and then it goes out to the rest of your distribution network. It's especially to reach those areas where there's, you know, it's very dispersed in terms of space, so it's a lot of kilometers, and it's not necessarily reached by your main centers in cities. So it really tries and reaches those areas that's not serviced on a regular basis, on a day-to-day basis, because there's less, for example, sales that's pulled from those areas. So in those far off places, you need to find different ways and strategies to reach your customers. And then why do you outsource? Why would one want to outsource?
We possibly to not hire more people, whereas we can use also have company actually is more advanced in that skill to do it for us. So it's best for us for other people. They can just get it done. For example, we could just hire a transportation service from another company instead of inviting growth, and we could actually buy the equipment to get trucks, to get employees, servicing. There's a whole lot of cost that comes with doing it yourself. So when you outsource, you basically asking someone else to do it, you used to do it yourself.
Perfect, 100% correct. So as the saying is from Ryan Kahn, master your strengths, outsource your weaknesses. So you would want to focus on your core competitiveness and your core strengths as a business. So if you know you're very good at, say, warehousing and inventory control and really making sure that your customer stock is looked after, but when it comes to, say, the transport portion and reaching your last mile distribution is not really your strength, then rather outsource to someone that has the skills and the knowledge and has the economies of scale, because that's also got a cost benefit to you then. So instead of sending one case on its own to Springbok, as an example, which is far away, rather consolidate them with a couple of other consignments, even though it might be competitive, you know, competitive products to your customer's product. It's about reaching the economies of scale and saving the cost that way through the divider factor, and that way get your product there maybe more often, because there is critical mass to get it there. Also, technology deployment. I mean, Phumla has just explained to us, you know, AI is taking over, but not everyone wants to invest in that, you know, infrastructure, IT technology, specialist that knows how it works. So not everyone also has the skills in-house, and then you have to hire someone in, and that takes time. So it's also from a technology perspective, some companies are just more advanced than others. They have the track and trace, they can put nice dashboards together to actually, give you the data as a customer of a customer, to enable you to know what is the algorithms, what does it look like in terms of your sales, how profitable are certain areas, which areas draw more of a certain product than others. So in that way, it also helps you as a business to strategize and plan a little bit better, and forecast and know how to feed that back maybe to production again, or imports, to know what do your customers like, what do they want to buy from the stores. So that again helps. Flex and scale is another one. So we all know Christmas is crazy, Black Friday is crazy. So then you need to have the capability and the capacity to upscale. You need more trucks, you need more people, but you don't want to go and invest in that. You want to draw from your suppliers to say, okay, this is what's required. Here's a bit of a forecast. Please see and make sure that you can actually have the capacity available for us during this period so we can deliver more to the regions. And in that way, you make your targets in terms of sales for Black Friday and for Christmas. Easter is also coming up, so guess what we do? Capacity planning. And it's also from a service excellence perspective. You want to make sure your customers are happy. If your customer is not happy, your business doesn't do well. So from that perspective, it's also very important. Okay. So in our world as DHL, what happened? Why did we want to transition our cross-dock from one supplier to another? I think, I'm not sure if everyone has heard about supplier fatigue before, but sometimes in a relationship, it just becomes, especially with a supplier, there's just no more communication, it doesn't flow, you don't gel so well anymore. So it really becomes a relationship that becomes fatigued. So in those instances, you really go back to the drawing board and you say, is it worth it? Should we not look for something new or something different? Our questions aren't being answered. What do we do? There was also an increase in cost for us. Every time we wanted to go to a certain area, there were more costs because the economies of scale weren't there for that particular area, as an example. Our customers became increasingly unhappy because the call-off days that they wanted, for example, wanted to go every day to a certain area, they couldn't go there. So also, our supplier had high staff turnover. So the key people that we used to connect with started to leave as well. So, and then the business continuity started to suffer because who do you turn to for answers? Where do you go to ask questions? Why wasn't this delivery on time? Why didn't it even go out? And nobody told us. So in those instances, that also became quite difficult. As I said earlier, communication gaps. We didn't get the regular feedback like we wanted to or hoped for. And that really puts you on the back foot. We all know communication is so important. I mean, we've got our phones at the tip of our hands, and we want to know what's going on. Where's this delivery? Where's this order? And then just silence. So that really also becomes then, very difficult to deal with. KPI regression. So in our SLAs with our customers, there's certain performance indicators that we need to adhere to. So for example, on-time delivery at a certain percentage, so say 98% of the time. And then we measure our suppliers against exactly the same KPIs. So our suppliers' KPIs is just as strong as our customers will be to their customers. So we could really see a regression in the KPIs, and we needed to do something about it very quickly. In some instances, we actually have penalty schemes in our agreements, and then you start to lose money because you have to start paying for your own mistakes, which isn't the best. We also saw increased stock losses. So we all know if you handle something more than once, it starts to damage, or it's the tape doesn't hold, the glue doesn't hold, or if it's, for example, perishable products, its integrity starts to also go by the wayside. So we had an increase in stock losses because the stock either didn't go out or it went out more than once and had to come back and redeliver and come back and redeliver. So that wasn't ideal either. Increased escalation. So our customers kept on saying, well, I'm not getting the answers from A, B, or C, so now I'm going to the MD. MD, what's the answer? Where's my package? When is it going to be delivered? And then conversations really start to become difficult. And it led to daily micromanagement. So all the team did the whole time was just manage the supplier. So the key strategic things we didn't actually get to. So it really seemed like the end of the road for us. So definitely change was needed. So like it says here, old keys won't open new doors. So if you really want to make a change, you have to. So then what did we do? We went on a procurement process, went into the market, looked who actually does this specific service, who delivers this kind of solution, and shortlisted them, had an RFQ drafted through our procurement department, and sent this out to the market for responses. Those responses we got, we shortlisted, and cost simulations was requested as well, so that you can know what must your budget be and how does it compare to your current budget. It's also very important because one company will say it costs R1, but in actual fact, they bill you R3. And it's because of all, documentation charges, overhead charges. It all really depends what they include in their cost model. So it's always best to have a cost simulation so that you really know what you're going to pay for at the end of the day. Due diligence checks is also very important to make sure that who you're dealing with is a reputable company. Check their BE scores and ratings. Do a few reference checks, see how other customers feel about them, other logistics service providers, how they find their relationships with that specific supplier. Are they happy? Are they getting the service? So don't just go on the first best price, but also look a little bit deeper to see what can this company actually offer and are they reputable. Thereafter, we did a supplier selection. And we then gave notice to exit the current supplier that we were with, which is also not an easy task because there's always why, please stay with us, counter offers, etc. But once you've reached the point to say this is a point of no return, we have spoken to you, we've had engagements, we had KPI reviews, nobody really listened or cared, or that's how you felt, then it's time to make the change. But also, and you will find, especially in our industry, it's very small. So always close a relationship in an amicable way. Whether you resign a job or whether you end a relationship with a supplier, always make sure you leave on amicable terms, because you never know when you will cross paths with that company or a specific person again. I've really found that is a very key factor in the logistics industry, is to always make sure that you leave on good terms. So now what? Fresh start. Yay. We've gone through all of this. Now what? What are we going to do? Make sure that we don't go down the same route as we've done before. You have to form a new relationship with that supplier. You have to have engagements with them. You have to have a proper project plan in place for your go live, so that by the time that you actually have to start your operations, everything you've ticked off, you made sure that all is in place, everyone knows where they stand and how to go from there. Team introduction and collaboration. So have meetings, meet the team face to face. I think we also used to Teams, meetings and calls, that you lose that human touch. We've just spoken about that emotional intelligence that cannot be replaced by AI. This is very much the same. You need that personal touch as well in terms of relationship building with suppliers as well. So always make sure that you build in that as part of your plan. Training is very important. You cannot transfer skills and knowledge without training. You have to train your supplier in terms of knowing this is how you treat customers A's product. This is how you treat customer B's products, because they're not all the same. You have to, there's certain quality standards that you need to adhere to and need to keep in mind. For example, you cannot transport, say, toothpaste with dog food, things like that, because there could be cross-contamination. So always keep that in mind so that you can train your supplier in terms of how to handle product. System integration. So here the AI comes in again, your IT specialists come into play. And also, it's not always necessary to have IT integration. Sometimes it's just a matter of having a flat file that you can send to a supplier. They can upload it into their systems, and from there read the information that's needed for them to deliver their service. Although it's always better not to have too many manual interventions in the process, but definitely system integration is not always necessary. Something that's also important is a cut-over plan. So when are we going to go live, and how are things going to lead up to that point where you then start with the new service provider? So there definitely needs to be a cutoff point in the entire process for you to know this date, these orders are going to start flowing through to this supplier for them to execute. Also, if there's stock that might be still with your previous supplier, make sure that that also transitions. It could be a returned product that needs to still go back to your mother warehouse. So you need to keep that into consideration as well. And then you also go through a period of hypercare. So that is where you basically have daily touch points with your supplier to make sure that they are on board, they know what to do. Is there any problems that needs to be cleared up? So really a bit of hand-holding during the go-live process to make sure that everything runs smoothly. Okay. So where does supplier relationship management fit in? So as we could have seen through the slides that I've just presented, this really summarizes it as a whole. So you need to maintain your strategy. So there's a definite strategy when you have a supplier. What are they supposed to do for you? What is your business case? How do you qualify which suppliers you're going to use? How do you select them? By what segmentation? So you will have some for certain areas as an example, because certain suppliers will be stronger, say, in the Bloemfontein area, and others will be stronger in a Cape Town area. So how do you segment your suppliers? And then also develop them. You cannot just also have a supplier and not engage with them and develop them to say, okay, we've got additional routes we want to add coming from our customer, more delivery dates. So there's definitely development that also comes into play, but also for you as a customer. Your supplier will also, there will be a bit of a two-way development that happens where they will make suggestions to say, let's try this instead of that. And that really also helps to develop that relationship between the two businesses. As I said earlier, manage your transition. So there might be key knowledge and skills in the previous supplier that needs to be transferred to the new supplier. Employee retention. So you also don't want to lose critical skills. So make sure that you retain the critical skills, whether it be in your own business, your customer business, or in your supplier business, to make sure that the relationship can continue and certain critical services can still continue. Training, as I've said, make sure people know what they need to do on a day-to-day basis per function type, and then also system training, as I've explained. Project implementation. Make sure that you've got a good charter when you also onboard your supplier and track it. Make sure that everyone tick off the key milestones, your critical parts, etc. And then monitor the performance. That's very important to make sure that KPIs are reached. Like I said earlier, you don't want to regress on KPIs, but you need to measure to keep on keeping the drumbeat, else you'll go down the same route again. All right. If there is certain KPIs that falls behind, make sure there is measures to do corrective action and make sure that everyone gets back onto track. Manage contracts. Have a good, sound contract in place. That way you can mitigate any risks to your business as well. If there's any service failures, you know which process to follow to make sure that everyone understands that there is a contractual obligation towards your customer as much as towards your supplier. And then from an operations solutions perspective, as I've explained earlier, capacity planning, do that jointly between each other. Make sure that everyone knows that this is the forecast that's being planned for, and this is what the deliverable is in terms of the peak requirements, so that there's no gaps that forms there. Security is very important. You don't want a facility that's not covered by good security. You don't want stock to go missing if there's not CCTV cameras in place, proper access control, etc. Very, very important. Risk management, I think we've all seen that floods can be very disruptive to businesses as well as riots, etc. So what is your risk mitigations in those events? Having a proper BCP plan in place. And in compliance and sustainability, I think we all know that we need to look after Mother Nature, and we all need to have sustainable supply chains, but not just also from an environmental perspective, but also from a business continuity perspective. So this really summarizes in terms of what supplier management is and relationship management entails. So it's not just one or two things, it's a sum of whole that you need to keep in mind when you manage your suppliers. And we've really seen that the more time you spend on building a strong foundation based on these points, you really have a very sound service offering to your customers for the areas where you are not necessarily as a business strong in. And we really have found the benefits. We've only transitioned for about 2 months now to this new supplier, and we must say it's really paid off so far. Great. So in conclusion, it takes also logistics expertise to manage a logistics partnership. You cannot have a good relationship if you as a business yourself don't understand the logistics context. So you always have to have an expert in your business that understands logistics when managing a logistics supplier. The customer is king, but your supplier is queen. So look after the relationships, make the effort. It's also all about trust. If you cannot trust your supplier to do the service and want to micromanage them all the time, you also won't get the benefit of outsourcing to a specific supplier. And then definitely one of the mottos of DHL that comes into play is results and respect. You cannot have the results if you don't share respect between each other and vice versa. So definitely a very key cornerstone is have respect for each other in order to achieve the results desired. Okay. Any questions? Yes.
Assuming central parity. So assuming NSH is Paradise 2040, how does government infrastructure negatively affect logistics organizations such as DHL processes within last mile?
So definitely, if you look at, say, the pharmaceutical environment, there are certain aspects that you need to keep in mind from a government perspective in terms of legislation to make sure that how you treat and handle a pharmaceutical product in last mile delivery, make sure that patients or consumers actually get the product in such a way that makes sure that you can actually consume it. So all those regulations definitely impact us because you have to have all the SAPRA licensing or the ISO certifications in place And it can become also very costly because there's certain requirements such as temperature control that you need to keep in mind. You have to have a registered pharmacist as an example. And those are all, requirements by government to have in place to make sure that your last mile distribution is safe and sound. Then also further to that, roadworthiness, compliance in terms of building regulations, having certificates of acceptability in place. All those are also government required standards that you have to have in place in order to make sure that your last mile distribution is safe and sound. And when it actually comes to supplier management, to make sure that they have that in place can become very difficult. So you, as a main holder of the contract towards your customer, have the obligation to make sure that audits are performed regularly on your suppliers to make sure that their systems, processes, and people are aligned to all the regulations required by government to make sure that your last mile distribution is done as per law. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Thank you. I have a question. We mentioned supplier fatigue. In the event that maybe you see symptoms of supplier fatigue, how do you determine between when it's time to rekindle relationship and then some of the
telltale signs? Yes, yeah. That's a very, very good question, and I think it's all about time. So, for example, as I explained, we've just been in this new relationship now for about 2 months. So it's all still honeymoon phase, if you can call it like that. So the small issues that comes up, you can kind of deal with through training, through SOPs. If it really becomes a little bit difficult from a KPI perspective, then you can start looking at what does the contract say and manage it through that. Usually also your contracts would make provision to say if a supplier cannot mitigate certain failures within a certain amount of time, then there's other measures that will come into play. So it really depends on how long the problems or the fatigue has gone on for you to decide whether it's really time to cut ties or not. So that's what I would suggest is and if you've really put in the effort as the customer to say, have the meetings, have the KPI reviews, have regular engagements, but you really feel cut off, you don't get the answers like I've mentioned earlier, then you really know that there's not a two-way but reciprocity in terms of how you want to have this relationship continue. So that's definitely a telltale sign as well. Does that answer your question? Perfect. Thank you very much. And it's all portable already.
Well done. Thank you, my
very
darling.
much.
That was great. Cool. And officially, thank you to Elaine and to DHL for their support as not only corporate members, as you can see their logo on our banner, but also as conference sponsors, as our DP World and many others. And we're very grateful to our partners for their support of the association. Otherwise, we would not be able to do fun Fridays like this. Right. Oh, you're here. I'm going to introduce Alicia, Dr. Alicia Weber. She'll be talking on shaping industry-ready graduates, essential supply chain management values for young professionals. And she is a senior lecturer at UNISA. And I take this opportunity to formally welcome and thank the amazing support we get from UNISA in terms of the number of delegates who are on this call from UNISA. And from all the departments at UNISA, Professor Cilliers, and the amazing mini masterclass, which I know you will be talking on as well, just to thank them for that wonderful initiative, which we also started at the conference last year. So the bottom line, guys, attend the SAPICS annual conference. Right, over to you, Alicia. Thank you, my darling.
That's yeah, no problem. Thanks so much. Height is not on my side, and I usually like to move around. So if you can't hear me, just put up your hand and I'll come back to the mic. Good afternoon, everyone. It's officially afternoon. I hope you are still energized. I think after the ball throwing, we probably all of you are still energized, I hope. My name, as Claire indicated, is Dr. Alicia. I am a senior lecturer at the University of South Africa. I've been there for about 15 years now. And today I will be talking to you about industry-ready graduates. So are the graduates that are entering the industry really ready? And so what are industry-ready graduates? Well, it actually directly relates to the soft skills and the values that graduates have when they enter the workplace. And that is because these soft skills form the foundation for how they will work within the environment. So are you a good team player? Are you adaptable? And how well you can communicate? So that's basically what I will be touching on. So just to give you an idea of the background or the structure of my presentation, I'll briefly touch on why this topic has become such an important priority for us at UNISA in collaboration with SAPICS. Then I'll just briefly explain what soft skills are. It's come up a lot throughout the presentations today, but just so that we are all on the same page. Then I'll share some of the latest research in this field that already supports why these soft skills are so essential for you to build them. We'll also touch on the intersection between your professional brand and the role that soft skills play in building your brand. And then I'll outline 3 core soft skills that we have identified in our research and also in our engagements with industry as being really important for supply chain management graduates. Then I'll talk about the mini masterclasses that we started in association with SAPICS in order to give access to students to start building these skills. And then hopefully, if time permits, we will have a Q&A. So firstly, in terms of the background of why this topic has become such a personal priority for me, one of my colleagues and I attended the wonderful SAPICS conference last year. And again, as many of the other speakers says, if you ever have the opportunity to attend this conference, I can highly, highly recommend it. But during this conference, we attended a session that was hosted between academia, the academics, and then industry professionals. And the message that we got from industry as academics was very clear, and that is that the graduates that are entering the workforce are not industry ready. And the reason why they are not industry ready is because they don't have the soft skills they need to really function well within this environment. And so this really struck a chord with myself and Prof. Selepe, the colleague who attended with me. And we asked ourselves 2 questions. It was, as academics or as educators, what role can we play in bridging the skills gap? And then secondly, what initiatives can we start to give access to our students and to really the supply chain community to the skills that are lacking? And so that's where the beautiful partnership with SAPICS started. And we started hosting these mini masterclasses that are completely free, online, open to any student or young professional. They are hosted by industry experts that give you access and insights into these soft skills and how you can start building them. But at the end of my presentation, I'll focus more on the mini masterclasses and how you can get involved with them. But for now, let's just all get on the same page in terms of what soft skills are. We've touched on it a little bit, but let's get a definition. So it's really the personal and interpersonal abilities of an employee. It's not industry specific or job specific. It's the things that make you work well within an organization. How well you communicate, how well you work within a team, And these soft skills are really essential for you. An easy way, let's say, easy way to think of it is while technical skills might get you into the door, it's soft skills that will determine how far you will go within that organization. So let's just look at some of the latest research in this area that will really also support why soft skills are so important. So in a recent employee benchmarking study, this is a South African study, 97% of employers said that soft skills are essential. They consider soft skills to be essential when they are employing someone. Then in that same study, only 85% of the participants indicated that their entry-level employees do not possess the necessary soft skills to really function well within the organization. Then in a different study, 70% of the participants indicated that they prioritize hiring candidates with strong soft skills over technical skills. And that was such a profound finding for me, because that means if two candidates with the same technical skills, so what you've learned in your textbooks, walk into an interview and one demonstrates that they have better soft skills, they have a 70% higher chance of getting that job. So that's a really high percentage. And then we've talked a lot about AI this morning. And so 58% of a different study in HR managers believe that due to the increase in AI, soft skills will become more important than ever. And we've also touched on perhaps some of the reasons why, but in this study specifically, it is because that AI can really easily mimic your technical textbook skills. But it's very difficult for AI to mimic the soft skills that you have. For example, having empathy for an employee, or when you have to make a complex ethical decision. Those are the things that AI struggle with. And that's why to set yourself apart when we are moving forward in this digital age, you really have to focus on building those soft skills. Then let's look at some of the data around Gen Zers. So I'm making the assumption that most of our online audience, and just from the faces I'm seeing here today, most of you are under the age of 28. So that would make you Gen Zers. So 74% of employers believe that it's more difficult to work with Gen Zers than any previous generation. And the reason given why is because they find them to be easily offended. Okay, so some of the adjectives that are used to describe your generation is tech savvy, learner orientated, and socially conscious, which is really important in the corporate social environment that we are working with, but also entitled and unreliable. Listen, I'm a millennial. We were also described as unreliable, and we were also described as chronic job hoppers. So don't take offense. I'm not sharing this information with you to discourage you. It's really just like some of the previous speakers said, knowledge is power. So if you have this information, that's something you can work off. Then in a British Council study, 51% of those participants believe that the education system has not prepared Gen Zers enough for the realities of the workplace. And it's important just to give context to this finding, and that is because many of the young graduates entering the workplace at the moment completed their qualifications during COVID. And so there was a lot of social distancing, a lot of distance education, and some of the natural skills transfer didn't happen. And so it's not entirely your fault, but it does place a higher responsibility on your generation to intentionally build these soft skills that might not have been naturally transferred over to you as they would have. So how does all of this soft skills fit together? So we looked at what soft skills are, and we've now looked at some of the research as to why these soft skills are so important. And for me, it really comes together in terms of your professional brand. So I think it's so, so important for a young person entering the workplace to ask themselves, what is my professional brand? What do I want to stand for? What do I want to be known for? How do I want my colleagues to see me? And then within that context, what are my special skills and abilities, my special soft skills that I can use to define myself? And if we looked at the research at how important soft skills now are, I think a really strong argument can be made for the fact that you can use your unique abilities to build a brand and to market yourself that would set yourself apart from someone else. It gives you a unique selling point. But it does mean that you will need to define your brand and then make conscious decisions that align with that brand to ensure that you are consistent. So that might seem overwhelming. You've got a lot of information today, and where do I start building my soft skills? How do I determine what makes me unique? And so in our research and then also in our engagement with industry, we have identified 3 soft skills that are really important for supply chain practitioners and then by default supply chain graduates. And so over the next few slides, I'll share with you these 3 skills, and I'll also share with you just some practical, small little practical challenges that you can start building these skills right after the session. And so we've used the acronym SCM, so supply chain management. So it's really easy to remember, and you can remind yourself of this often. And so it's being solutions driven, being committed, and being moral. So solutions driven. I think from what a lot of the speakers shared today, we all know that supply chains are really complex. And that means that we need practitioners that can think on their feet, that can be creative when they're solving problems, and that are not just dwelling on the problem, but they can really be proactive problem solvers. And just to support why this is such an important skill, I am quoting or including some of the research of one of my colleagues, Tiamari. She's actually in the audience with us today, and she conducted very recently a large-scale study among purchasing and supply chain practitioners in South Africa to determine what skills they say they need to conduct their job on a day-to-day basis. And so overwhelmingly, 99.7% of them said that on a daily basis, they need to be able to solve problems. So I think that supports why this is such an important soft skill for you to develop. But if you are still not convinced, don't just take our word for it. Let's hear what the former President Barack Obama said when he was asked what was the one piece of career advice he would give young professionals entering the workplace. Oh, Connor, I don't know if I need your help yet. Let me not click. Okay. It's fine. It's fine, don't worry. It's fine. Okay, it seems like I'm gonna have to be a problem solver now. Barack doesn't want to tell us his story, but basically what it comes down to, I'll ask Claire to perhaps just share the video afterwards with you because it's really worth watching. But basically what it comes down to is that you don't need to be the one that's willing to put up your hand, even if it's a task that you feel is I don't want to use the word beneath you. That's definitely not the word that he uses, but just be willing to kind of start from the bottom. Be willing to take on projects because that is the thing that someone in a company will remember if you are the one that's willing to put up your hand instead of just not being willing to put up your hand. But please go and watch the video. It's really insightful. So in terms of the small challenge I want to set to you to help you start building these skills right away, I couldn't choose between the two. So I'm giving you two. You choose the one that speaks best to you. The first one is a no complaint day. It's kind of the name gives it away. Choose a day. Let's say Wednesday, no complaining for that day. Really focus on trying to be positive and not dwell on the problem. Then the second one, reverse the problem, which is my personal favorite. And that is whenever you are faced with a difficult situation, something that you don't want to do or not looking forward to, write it down, but reverse it as an opportunity. What can you learn from this? How can I grow from this? Let's say, for example, you have a team assignment or a team project coming up. You really don't like that. Perhaps you can write down that I can become a better collaborator. I can become a better team player. And so I'm not looking forward to this task, but I'm looking forward to the skills that I will learn while doing this task. The second one is being committed. So commitment can mean different things in different context. Within our context and as a graduate value, it really comes down to your commitment to self-improvement and your commitment to continuous learning. Some of the other speakers have also touched on this, but the supply chain changes constantly. And so the skill set you learn once you've finished your degree will definitely not be the same skill set you will need by the end of your career. And so you have to become committed to self-development and self-improvement. Again, if we look at the study by Dr. Grebe, 99.3% of her participants indicated that being self-motivated is really essential for their skills development and continuous improvement. So just for the little challenge to help you to start developing your commitment is what I like to call the little weekly improvements. So choose a media that you prefer consuming, whether that is YouTube, TikTok, blogs, podcasts, whatever, and then choose one skill that you feel you need to develop. Select someone on that platform that you prefer consume, that media that you prefer to consume, and then someone that offers tips and tricks on that media. It's important that it shouldn't be a chore for you. It should be something that you really enjoy doing, and just commit 1 hour a week. If you commit 1 hour a week to watching a YouTube video, then that would mean by the end of that month, you'll have spent 4 hours developing that skill. And if you change that on a monthly basis, it means by the end of a year, you've learned 12 new skills and spent 48 hours. And I know you spent more hours on social media, so you can commit 1 hour a week to skills development. And so the last one is being moral. So that is really upholding ethics, taking accountability, being trustworthy. And so you might say, okay, Alicia, but everyone knows what's right from wrong, right? Well, it's not really that easy. There's a lot of gray areas when it comes to the supply chain and your ability to work within the supply chain. So let's, for example, consider someone that might fear losing their job for whistleblowing when they are the sole provider for a large family. That really creates gray areas. And so again, if we look at the study by Dr. Grebe, 99.4% of our participants said that being honest and trustworthy is essential for them in their day-to-day job. On the other hand, in a recent 2025 study, 95% of Gen Zers says that they find workplace cheating acceptable. So that means, for example, knocking out early, taking naps on the job, or using corporate software for personal use. So 95% is quite high. So there are definitely some gray areas still that we are working with there. Then in terms of becoming more moral, the challenge that I want to set to you. So from an ethical perspective, an academic perspective, there's really many different ethical principles or doctrines that you can follow. If that's something that you are interested in, I would really encourage you to read up on them. But for me, the one that's really practical and always easy to remember is what they call the publicity test. And so the publicity test comes down to, you ask yourself the question, how would my actions change if I knew that this would become publicly known? So publicly known is a little bit abstract. Think of the people that really matter to you, your family, your friends. If they knew that you were involved with this, would your actions change? And to make it even more practical, I usually include the mock newspaper cover of me being involved in some sort of a scandal. And that's definitely not something that I would want to become public. So usually when I'm in a situation and I wonder if my name was associated with this, would I want it to be? And if the answer is no, then that's my cue to start acting differently. And so I just want to add a little thing here to say, just remember that no one starts off with their face on the front page of a newspaper. It starts off with small little compromises. And for example, you are a supply chain manager and you can award contracts. And you know that if you have this friend that is struggling financially, and if you just award this contract to them, then they will get back on their feet. But small compromises turns into big ones. And so it's really important that you stay ethical in all the decisions that you make. And so your challenge here is to think of a time where you were asked to compromise on your morals or your ethics, even if it was ever so slightly. And write down how you wish you have acted in that situation. Put it on a Post-it note or something and put it away. And the next time when you are placed in a similar situation, pull out that Post-it note and remind yourself how you wish you'd acted the previous time. So that is really the 3 soft skills that we have identified in a nutshell. So being solutions-driven, being committed, and being moral. Now we get to the final part of my presentation. I'm almost done, and this is actually my favorite part, or the part that we are most proud of, and that is the series of mini masterclasses that we started with SAPICS last year. So as I indicated at the start of my presentation, when we attended the conference last year, we got very clear feedback from industry that the graduates that we as academics are sending into the workplace are not workplace ready. And we really wanted to address this problem in a practical way. And so we started these mini masterclasses. They are completely free. They are online. They are presented by industry experts. They are open to anyone within the supply chain environment. It's really our way. We want to give back to our supply chain community. We've already had 3 classes in the previous semester. We touched on things like personal branding, how to brand yourself as a supply chain practitioner, how to navigate the complex supply chain environment, and then even artificial intelligence within the supply chain. And we've also had some excellent speakers. Our next session is scheduled for the 18th of March, and you are all invited to attend the session since it is free of charge. And if you want to take me up on my challenge of becoming more committed, all of our sessions are available online on our YouTube channel, the Mini Masterclass YouTube channel. So they are an hour long, and you can perhaps start your weekly improvement commitments by watching those. So if you want to join us for the upcoming sessions, you can scan the QR code now, and then we will add you to our mailing list. We won't spam you, I promise. It's really just so that we know you are interested and you want to become part of these mini masterclasses. As I've said, it's completely free. It's really just our way of giving back. Once we have set up new masterclasses, we will send you the invites, and then you can decide if you want to register for these classes. And that is all from me. Thank you so much for your time. And you have any questions, you can find me on LinkedIn, or you can send me an email if you want to have any more information. Hi.
You mentioned that so I would like to understand how companies assess whether
I think we need to ask our HR professional perhaps in terms of that, but I'm assuming it's tests through interviews that they determine those skills.
Anyone else? Great.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alicia, and thank you, Unisa, for the amazing partnership. And we look forward to seeing you all on the mini masterclass series. So some of the speakers have mentioned about taking yourselves out of your comfort zones and attending events and going online onto webinars. And we met this beautiful lady on my right because the SECO very kindly, who is not in marketing, went to an IMM function for me, the Institute of Marketing Management. They're one of our partners. And she went to the breakfast and we were talking about Ubuntu and supply chain, and how we felt that it was such an important word in how all the different departments in supply chain management should be talking to each other. And she said, well, I met this amazing woman at the IMM breakfast who talked about Ubuntu. So I phoned Chule and we had a chat, and she said she would love to come and speak to you today as our closing address for this conference. And so I'd like to introduce her. She is the CEO of Brand Conscious Creatives, and she's going to be talking on supply chain is Ubuntu in action, and it's fabulous to have you with us. Thank you.
Wonderful. Hi, everyone. I'm sure you can see I'm not corporate because I'm always the brightest in the room, Jay. So I'd like us to start. I know it's the end of the day and you guys have had a lot of processing using a lot of mental energy today. So before I start, I'd like us to do a mindfulness Ubuntu meditation together. Are you guys keen? Yes. Okay, so close your eyes for me. It's very, very short. Take some deep breaths, loosen the body. We're trying to get back into our bodies. The first thing I need you to do is imagine the distance between your two eyes. Just breathe into that distance. Now imagine the distance between the top of your head and your tailbone. The distance between you and the screen. The distance between all the atoms, the 28 trillion atoms that are in your body right now, that are mostly made up of space. Now imagine the space between you and the tree in your campus, you and the sun, you and the whole universe that is just made up of pure space. Imagine the silence behind the sounds that I'm making right now. We are made of space and we are connected by this space, this Ndu, this Ubuntu. Now breathe into the fact that we are mostly more connected than we are disconnected. We are mostly atoms than we are matter. Breathe into that fact. Now open your eyes. I hope that did the trick of getting your brain into interacting and connecting with one another, and realizing that we're not separate parts, but we are actually more interconnected than we realize. What am I doing wrong? Okay, wait. If I press, there we go. So who am I? Who's this crazy lady that's up here right now? So I am Chule, the co-founder of Rainbow Conscious Creatives. We are a Ubuntu business that uses true Ubuntu and inclusion storytelling techniques to help big businesses like Disney, like Procter & Gamble, to diminish unconscious bias within their organizations. And by foregrounding Ubuntu, we make sure that you guys go into workspaces that have more belonging and more Ubuntu and more inclusion when you work there, so that you can bring your best self to work. So I already know the answer, but who wants to create a more inclusive Ubuntu world with me? I think we're all on the same page with that. What did I do now? Technology? We can't hear things. Hi, my name is Chule Gobodo. I'm Kutana Mabusela, and we're Rainbow Conscious Creatives. Rainbow Conscious Creatives is a diversity, equity, inclusion, access, and belonging storytelling agency. We create mindful story assets, not just within your business, but for your customers as well.
Our commitment is to create psychologically safe spaces for every kind of body. We want to diminish unconscious bias in your organization. Our business aims to make the people in your organization feel seen and heard, and from this fertile environment, we create story assets. Our aim is to turn customers and your employees into brand activists.
So one of the biggest ways that we turn employees into brand love activists is by using Ubuntu. Because when you use Ubuntu, you start to realize how powerful you actually are. You're not just a sum of the parts, but you have a very vital part to play in how the business operates. So, you know, a lot of today has been about soft skills, which is exactly what Ubuntu actually is about. So I'm really, really happy to see that the world is realizing that technical skills alone are not going to get you very, very far. So just a little bit of soft skilling about who am I specifically. So I am known in the streets by Chule the Love Activist. That's my brand name. And I am co-founder, like I said, and executive creative director and manager at Rainbow. I'm also a certified diversity and inclusion professional. I'm a filmmaker by trade. I'm a storyteller by trade. So I studied at AFDA, not very far from here, actually. I also have an honors degree from Studio Arts Centers International in Italy, in Florence. I was running away from the SAPC because I was slowly dying inside. And then I also have had the honor of doing a bespoke, specifically curated course on African cosmology, which was curated by Gogo Rutendo, who's the wisdom keeper of Senusi Credo Muta's work, which makes me a certified Ubuntu professional in that sense. I'm wife to tech entrepreneur Quentin and mother to Malibongwe. Can you see how cute you are? Look how cute you are. And some of my creative highlights that I'd like to share with you is my husband and I have a web series called Unman, based on the fact that we feel like we talk about toxic masculinity as though toxins don't have a cure. And so we have this web series where we invite people from all walks of life to share their experiences around masculinity. And then at the end of the episodes, we have our life coach, Shannon Pam, share practical tools on how to have courageous conversations. What does self-care for men look like? How do you use your culture as a way to build relationships? So very, very excited about that as a remedy to gender-based violence. I also have a personal web series called Conversations with a Web Series, with a love activist, where I share my journey of love activism and growing within self-love and using African tools actually to grow and develop myself. And the last one that we're really excited about is the Ubuntu Future Summit, which we started last year under the guise of, or under the banner that Ubuntu is actually our global heritage. It doesn't just belong to Africans. Anyway, everyone is born from here. So it's our global heritage. And we had international TED Talk speakers from Thailand, from Nigeria, from India, from all over the world that realized that actually I do use Ubuntu in my activism work. I do use Ubuntu in my venture capitalist work. And it was a beautiful, beautiful gathering, which we'll be doing again this year in October. So hopefully I'll see some of these faces that are building our future today in October for the Africa Future Summit. So what is true Ubuntu? We've heard the old age adage that I am because you are, but that's only half the story of Ubuntu. True Ubuntu says that I am because of all that is. I'm interconnected, interrelated, and interdependent on all that is. I'm interdependent on the internet that is having the ability for me to connect with people that are not even in this room. I'm interdependent on you. I'm interdependent on the sun. We are more interdependent than we realize. And when we realize that, so then do in Ubuntu is a suffix for life force. And there's different kinds of Ubuntus. So for example, Handu is the life force behind time and space. And when you start to think of yourself in the framework of how interconnected you are, you even do your job very, very differently, because you go, okay, how is what I'm doing today, how are my actions going to ripple into the future? Because I understand that everything has a life force and I'm connected to all that is. So this is a beautiful picture just showcasing that we are fractals of each other. Fractals are almost mirror images of each other, and that the internet is a fractal of the veins in your hand, and the veins in your hands are a fractal of the leaves that we depend on to live. And when you start to put those two things together, or all these things together, you really start to have an understanding of how powerful you are, because your actions, your thoughts, your beliefs really affect how things flow and how things work. So how can we use interconnectedness, which is one of the principles of Ubuntu, in the supply chain? One of the biggest things that I'm sure you realize that supply chain and the ecosystem are mirror images of each other. And the ecosystem, the beauty of nature is that it creates a win-win situation when it's operating. It doesn't just look at my little part at the plant. It looks at from the sun to the plant to the animal that's eating the plant, to me who's going to eat both the plant and that animal, to all to all that is, to create a win-win sustainable system that's based on maintaining those interconnectedness. So how can we leverage that knowledge that nature is giving us every single day? I mean, we know that we are all here because of supply chain. Literally, without this mic, literally when I pray over my food, I don't just say, thank you, Lord, for this food. I say, thank you for every plant, for every animal, for every element, for every human being that was part of this plate of pap, because it took a lot of energy just for this plate of pap to end up in my hand. It took supply chain people like you to get that in my hand. So it's important to see how are we leveraging those interconnections in a way that's sustainable. I'll give you an example. You see this picture of the fox here. In Yellowstone Park in America, they removed the fox population out of the park, and they didn't realize that it would have a ripple effect on the rivers until they brought the foxes back, because now the plant-eating population was overgrowing out of control. And when they brought the foxes back, they noticed that the river started to flow much more efficiently. And that's because the less plant animals there are, the less they're eating the banks of the vegetation on the banks of the river, meaning that the river can hold much, much better. And that had ripple effects down the line, because in manufacturing, we use a lot of water. So can you see how a small little action that's happening over here with a fox, with a wolf, actually has an effect on how you get to do your job. So it's really, really important to consider these interconnections about, okay, I know that I need to take this produce from here to here, but how am I making sure that the people that are the custodians of this land, for example, are well taken care of as well? I'm not taking advantage of them as I'm trying to deliver to my customers. When AI came out, I was very scared. I was like very, very nervous. I'm like, the machines are going to kill us. Okay. And then I had to go, okay, but if I can take a step back and see this from an Ubuntu point of view, Ubuntu that says, actually, everything is in relationship with one another. One of our wisdom keepers said something so powerful, that racism is a relationship problem. And then we actually realized all isms, the climate crisis, everything is a relationship issue. It's how I'm relating to nature, that's the problem. It's how I'm relating to another person, that's the problem. It's how I'm relating to technology, that is the problem. But the beauty about relationships is that they can be repaired. And so I realized, okay, what is my objective as I'm relating to AI? AI wants to learn from me. So literally every day I'm teaching ChatGPT. True Ubuntu is interconnected, interrelated, interdependent, so that when you think AI of rebelling against the machine, you realize we are in relationship with one another. So one thing that showed us how interconnected we are was COVID. We, for the first time as a world, realized that, oh my gosh, I'm not in my little silo in Tembisa actually. What's happening in China has a direct effect on me. It showed us how really we are living in an Ubuntu world, whether we like it or not. The truth of the matter still remains, we are interrelated, we are interdependent, we are interconnected. That's it. So one of the ways that we saw the interconnectedness that we have, when COVID hit, China was the hardest hit, right? And what does China do? China manufactures a lot of goods from China to the world. And so, first of all, the demand of face masks went up, and they needed that demand because they were experiencing a lot of COVID. Number one. Number two, the workforce now is sick, so there's not enough people to actually produce and do the work that's needed. And number three, raw materials also became hard to come by. And we're also seeing those effects, those ripple effects with the war in Ukraine right now. So looking at how interconnected we are, I mean, we had such a beautiful opportunity to Ubuntuify during COVID, and we kind of missed it, but I still have hope in us that we can really start to have this orientation of interconnectedness. During COVID, we did do our best to leverage on our interconnection, and there were initiatives, food distribution initiatives like Food Forward SA, where they would take surplus food from manufacturers, retailers, and other businesses and redistribute them to underserved communities. But one thing we don't realize, or the dots that we don't sometimes connect, is that because there were more people who had access to food, there was less chance of unrest that happened. We saw what happened in July in 2021 in Durban. That was because of desperation. People were desperate. Desperate people do, take desperate measures, and the supply chain, was hit hard. A lot of the businesses that are here were looted, and so that ripple effect of just something so small of I have now access to food, and so I don't have to work out of desperation, just shows that it's important to look at how interconnected we are when we do things. So how can we practically use Ubuntu in supply chain? Which I think is something that is already being done, because you do see the correlation between the ecosystem and the work that you do as supply chain practitioners, right? But a big part of that is enhancing collaboration, having transparent, value-based collaborations, not just with each other, so peer-to-peer and professional collaborations, but even your personal collaborations are important because they feed into the work that you do, right? What's happening in your household has an effect on your mental health. Your mental health has an effect on how you show up at work. How you show up at work then determines whether you're going to be innovative, whether you're going to be brave enough to say, but I don't agree with that because it's going to affect nature in this way. An example of that is, actually, I want to make it here. And another beautiful application for interconnectedness or Ubuntu within the supply chain is sustainable practices. If we don't take care of nature, there will be no supply chain industry. So let's take care of the raw materials that we have. I mean, we saw a small example of how when there's a disruption within the supply chain because people aren't taking that interconnectedness seriously, how it ripple effect is when there was sewage spilling out into the ocean in Durban, right? That got so many people sick, that affected so many other industries like tourism, like schools, the medical industry was adversely affected because there was one industry or one company that didn't look at their effect on the whole of the ecosystem. So it's really, really important to advocate for these sustainable practices. So what can you guys do? You guys, I know we say this all the time, right? The young people are our future, but no, like really, like without you, there's nothing, there's nothing after you. So we really, really need you to guys to have this Ubuntu mindset, because that's how we're going to be having these conversations around supply chain 100 years from now, because of the decisions that you guys are going to make where you work right now as you're building your careers, and not seeing your careers as this siloed experience. You know, Ubuntu, the beauty about Ubuntu is that it even has a thinking methodology called Ubuntu thinking that helps you think instead of a siloed me, myself, and my career to how are my choices, how are my decisions going to ripple effect into the future and affect my colleagues, the environment, my kids that may not be here right now, but will be, and how the choices I'm making today are going to affect that. So an important one is building sustainable networks. And I said this before, when you understand the power that you have as a young person, as a young professional, creating your career literally from the ether, from scratch, it's important to understand that, okay, I'm building this network for what? Just for me to just advance in this career, or for me to make a real noticeable change. And by building networks, not just professionally, but also the communities that you serve, because in each part of the value chain, in supply chain, there's a community that gets affected one way or another. How are you collaborating with those communities? How are you collaborating with the indigenous peoples of those lands where you farm, where you mine, where you produce the materials? Are you poisoning the land, or are you making sure instead of doing, what's the word? Reactive protocols, or all of a sudden there's like 50,000 cerebral palsy children in this mining town, work backwards. How do we work so that we don't have a community of children that have cerebral palsy? Because that has a ripple effect down the line on me, on my accessibility to healthcare, because now healthcare is what? Is overburdened because of what? A decision that was made just for profit, instead of looking at the people that are also part of the process. So building those networks doesn't just include your professional setting, but also the communities that you are serving, your customers and your customers' customers. Again, can't say this enough. advocating for ethical practices. And this is where those soft skills come into play that everyone has been drumming on and on about, right? Do you have your problem-solving skill hat on board? And again, the important thing about being able to solve a problem is having the confidence to understand that I have power. I'm not a victim of my workplace. There isn't, yes, there might be a hierarchy where I work, but in reality, again, I'm interconnected, interrelated, interdependent. So how is what I'm doing today going to have a ripple effect on the CEO and this business and the environment that I'm working within? So please, having this more interconnected, career-driven model will really help you to hone in on those soft skills that you've learned about today so that you can not just progress your career, but also progress inclusion, progress belonging, progress or decrease the climate crisis. You have a lot of power. I say this a lot. So in closing, having an Ubuntu, and I'll say it all over again, interrelate. At this point, I feel like we can even sing it together. Interrelated, interdependent, interconnected, connected approach is the most sustainable way for us to progress as a humanity, as a global family, including technology, including nature, including all that is. That is my TED Talk. Thank you. Any questions? Any questions?
My question is the college. In the field of the supply chain management, a lot of offers are saying that social infection of the infected. So much research is done around infection, but then social infection infected. Social infection infected because it has never been changed into actually when I'm taking into social somebody is looking for you actually gave me that answer to the
Would 100%. Anyway. All right, thank you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the online delegates. We're going to end the call now. And we look forward to seeing you at future SAPICS events. And thank you very much for joining us. Will the people in the room give the online delegates a clap, please? Enjoy the rest of your day. Good luck with your studies. Good luck with your work. And we look forward to engaging further.